Chief Sharp, why don't you start by, I know everybody, but why don't you introduce everybody for the sake of our TV audience and whatever.
I'm Stan Sharp, and I'm the fire chief for the city of Knoxville, and I have Deputy Chief Gary Conlon, who's the Deputy Chief of Operations. Deputy Chief Cheeseman is the Deputy Chief of Administration, and Julie Stent Maxwell is our operations manager. And basically takes care of our finances.
A good person to have at the table. So, all right, well, it's good to see you, and why don't you tell me, head over to the right tab here. D, all right. So, do you want to just start with the, I mean, I don't know if there's, I know the recent accomplishments of the last year of the fire department, but if you have some general things you wanted to talk about before you dig right into the request, that's fine, but whatever you want to do.
We'll just get right into
Okay.
it.
Yes.
We may cover some of that as we go along.
Perfect.
So we split this up. Chief Cheeseman's going to cover some, Chief Collins is going to cover some.
Okay.
So Chief Cheeseman's going to start with our first request.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Our first request is for $400,000 for costs associated with running a crew academy. The bulk of this request is to cover costs for uniforms, personal protective equipment, such as turnout coats and pants, helmets, gloves, boots, SCBA masks, voice emitters, exo packs, and other items. The uniforms and gear alone for the 2023 class total almost $300,000. There are also costs for background checks, fingerprinting, textbooks, exam fees, and other items. Fire service continually evolves to meet the needs of our community as such. We have spent more time preparing our recruits to be successful when they graduate. Our recruits receive firefighter 1 and 2 training, hazardous materials, awareness and operation, hazardous materials technician, vehicle education technician, and other specialized areas. Over the last several years, we've worked to reduce the overall cost of training recruits primarily by reducing the length of time that those with EMS licenses spend in the academy. What we do now is we train the entire class in the fire portion, the hazmat portion, rescue, and those that have EMS license will be put out by the company, while the remainder go to the in-house unit. So as an example, in 2015, it cost us, with everything, about $40,000 to train a recruit. Now we've got that down to about $30,000 to train a recruit. In past years, KFD has absorbed these costs, but this last recruit academy has proven that it is no longer feasible, and we were asking for funding to cover these expenses.
Okay, so you've reduced costs, but need more money, and just to, let me help me understand, is just because you're having more people at the academy or running more academies?
No, actually, what we used to do is everyone who was hired as a recruit went through the entire academy, like 30 to 32 weeks.
Right. So you're getting people with EMS already?
Yes, and so they were it was just much better if we could go ahead and get them all the firefighter trained, they were EMS trained, and we get them out on things.
That's great.
Much quicker, like we did with our last class. We already had 11 of those are already EMTs, have their EMS license, are already out on police and helping us out in the firefighting division. And the others will be finished soon.
Okay.
I'll also say, there for several years, we didn't have an academy every year. We had one for 2010, 12, 15, 18, and now we're to the point where we're starting to hit that every year.
So you're having more academies?
Yes, ma'am.
It's the volume, yeah, okay.
So the academies graduating or graduated, you'll do another one in 10 or 11 months, is that right?
Yeah, we actually plan on starting the next one in the fall. We should be posting in the next couple of weeks.
So fall, hopefully get 30 or 35, have a little higher head count knowing you're gonna have some retirements. Okay.
And if we start in the fall, September, October, then we actually get out how many this time. Okay, any other questions?
No, that makes good sense, thank you.
All right, our next request is for $21,000 for matching funds for federal grants. We're currently applying for an assistance to firefighter grant, which requires a 10% match if it's approved. We currently have the grant matching fund in this year's fiscal budget. But if the grant is not approved until the next fiscal year, after July 1, then we need to have those funds in at that time. And we can be approved anytime from April through October. So we just need those matching funds put in next year's budget. And we're applying for exercise equipment.
Okay, assistance to firefighters grant, wellness, like physical.
Yeah, there's a variety of things that you
But
can
this is
apply
for-
for, but yes, this one is just for health and safety. Specifically exercise equipment.
Here we get brand new equipment every single car.
Yes,
Wow, that would cover,
yes.
right? Okay.
Do you know how many of your firefighters participate in the reduced YMCA family membership? Do they do that as well?
I mean, they do.
Just didn't know.
I do. I don't know. I mean.
Well, I know there's some who participate in the, they get some extra compensation if they remain fit or at a certain level of fitness. I would say that's 25 or 30, as I recall. When I approve those, it's not like it's not a list of 100, it's definitely like under 50.
Yes. So.
I can't remember what the criteria is. Anyhow, okay. More access to healthy stuff is good. Special operations.
Special operations, the next request, Mayor, is $15,000 to assist in training our special operations. Special operations encompasses service outside of fire and EMS response, such as tactical rescue response, hazardous material response, critical care, medical response, incident management, and very soon a firefighting, a wildland firefighting team. We're getting ready to add that. Acquiring the training.
Is that like wild? Like, what does that mean? Like, do we have a fire in the urban wilderness? Like,
Yes.
forest fire in the city?
That's correct. It's kind of like a forestry service. And, so we're at the stage now where we've evaluated our city. And, more of the built environment is starting to collide with some of the natural environment. And so we have to be prepared for that. So it takes a while for the forestry service to actually respond. Their equipment comes out of Morristown.
Have we ever, have they come to help fight fires in Ruston?
Several times.
We're primarily using for, they have bulldozers, they can come in and cut a fire line, a fire break. That's the primary thing.
They're not the primary responder.
No,
We're the response.
Yeah.
They
I
all-
remember the standard knitting mill when you needed some heavy equipment, we just called public service.
Right.
I mean,
These bulldozers have to be able to run through the woods and down through valleys
yeah,
and specialized training, so.
for
uh,
wooded
It
areas.
is actually for a wildland fire, not to really put it out, it's just surrounding it, burn stuff out. But you got to protect the exposure and so forth and so on.
Yeah.
And you need a specialized team that can do that.
Okay,
So anyway, we're getting ready to put that online here in the next few months, hopefully. But acquiring the training is very expensive and we have to bring in outside instructors. We feel that sending our folks to the trainer forces would be more cost effective and sustain the needs of the department for years to come.
okay. I don't know, that sounds good. Technical rescue.
Yeah.
I mean, that could mean all kinds of things. This is not trench rescue.
No, it's, yeah, I like that.
But someone is like on the side of the Tennessee River bank and we need to use ropes to pull them up or down or whatever.
Water rescue, trench rescue, high angle rescue, confined space rescue, collapse rescue.
Do you see that?
It encompasses a big.
It's
big
all
umbrella.
kinds of unusual things.
Yeah, so the way we do it now is, a trench rescue class costs around $22,000 to put on a trench rescue class. And so we apply through the Homeland Security to get that class. But when we get the class, since it's Homeland Security, it has to be divided between the 16 county regions. So we may only get 2 spots, or we may get 10 spots.
Depending on the interest level of the other.
Right. And so, if we had our folks that were certified to train teach those classes, we could train more of our folks and save some money in the long run.
Did you, just as a tangent, did you see that rescue in Louisville? Yeah. It's not- Yeah, that was pretty incredible. I hope we never have to do that, but I guess we could if we needed to.
We could,
That's something similar.
we could.
All right, next,
Our next request is for $15,000 to buy training materials for libraries across all divisions. All KFD divisions have certification requirements for their particular rank of position. We must purchase books as needed to ensure the personnel have access to the most current information. The Tennessee Commission on Firefighting has recently updated their course and testing requirements to the latest editions of Jones and Bartlett NIFTA, which requires us to update our libraries and training center. KFD is asking for these funds each year to purchase codes for inspectors, books for fire investigators, materials for EMT and paramedic courses, and to allow for updating of textbooks at fire station libraries for promotion.
okay. This is something that you do every 5 to 10 years or something?
Well, it's probably been at least 7 years since we've updated our texts in the fire stations. And with the other, it's kind of, as far as at the training center, it's kind of on the firefighting commission. So if they decide that they want to update the textbooks that they use for certifications, for instance, instructor, fire officer, anything like that, then they go to the new text. So they've done that now. So we
I see.
update our books, and so we hold courses at our training center. It's a 40-hour class to give that to our individuals and their certification.
And these are still like paper books, not e-books and stuff.
It's all paper.
Yeah. That's how I like to do it, particularly for studying and things. Okay,
The next request is for $12,000 to continue the tinting of bay doors for the remaining 10 fire stations that need it. The sun and UV rays can damage and degrade personal protective equipment, apparatus, and other equipment. KFD is requesting funding for the next 3 years to complete this project. Tinting will also keep the bays cooler, which should help with energy efficiency in the rest of the station. We've been working on this project as funds have allowed, but the cost has become more than we could currently.
how many stations have you completed?
So we've done the other 9 stations,
Okay, so
and we've really focused on the ones that face east to west, because they're the ones that are catching the most sun. But we have one like Station 18 has 6 bay doors. So that's a pretty big project just to get it taken care of. So, but on what our logistics team has looked at this, we're getting this funding for 3 years and get the rest of our stations.
So you're asking for 12,000 a year or 4,000?
12,000 a year for the next year.
Our next request is for an additional $200,000 for 911 dispatch services. Monmouth County 911, as you're aware, provides all the dispatch service for both KFD and KPD. And the city currently pays $2.2 billion to 911 for those services. That doesn't actually cover all of the costs for dispatchers. So we've been working with 911 over the last few years to bring in contributions more in line with actual costs. And that's what we're replacing.
Yeah, we talked about it.
Is that, we usually do this through fire? I mean, or is this just a fire dispatcher? So this is just
No,
the
this is
city?
how I did it.
The city, yeah, that's fine.
That total is for the whole city, that's for police and fire, that's not just our portion.
We just have it around.
Yeah, that's fine.
It could go through admin or.
Yeah, I just assume have to be there. I mean, makes us get a sense, better than like the mayor's office. That would look weird. So, okay. First responder supplement?
Okay. Mayor, our next request is to increase the supplement for EMS licensure. We are asking for an additional $750 for our EMT basics, $1,500 for our advanced EMTs, and $2,750 for our paramedics. Since our last increase, we have seen an increase in call volumes along with extended ambulance and hospital wait times, all of which has created the need to increase the scope of practice for our personnel. As an example, today's advanced EMTs are providing more advanced interventions such as administering cardiac medications, pain medications, and airway management. This not only requires additional training, but puts additional stress and responsibility on our personnel. The additional pay supplement would not only compensate our firefighters for these additional responsibilities, but it would also generate a greater incentive for our personnel to advance in their licensure. We believe this increase would also assist in recruitment and retention. Another example is our basic EMTs, up till recently, wasn't allowed to do a whole lot on the scene. Like for instance, if a person was having chest pains, they could assist that person with taking nitro. Well, that has changed, and now our basic EMTs are allowed to administer breathing treatments. They can give Narcan, they can give epinephrine.
I mean, according to like
The state,
the state,
yeah,
okay.
the state has allowed that, and we've adopted that. They can administer aspirin, and they can administer CPAP.
They weren't allowed to administer aspirin before?
No, all this has changed in the last 6 months or
So
so.
that seems like it was really, I don't know, just too limited before.
Yeah.
I mean,
And if we look at the paramedic level, we've been talking about community paramedicine, mobile integrated health, nurse navigation, and now our paramedics are going to carry narcotics and be able to administer the person. So all these come with a greater level of responsibility.
well, just looking at just the money, like right now, basic EMT gets a stipend, or what do you call it? A supplement, annual supplement, not one time, annual supplement to their pay of $750. Advanced EMT is $1,500 and paramedic is $2,750. Is that the current?
Those are what we're asking.
We're asking.
To increase. So currently,
How do I know what it is current versus proposed? And then the delta.
It's like 1750,
So-
minus 750 gives you the
So
thousand
current, yeah.
that they get from.
Okay, so what's the current basic
So
EMT?
currently, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 1,000 for an EMT basic.
correct.
An advanced EMT is 2,250. And a paramedic is 5,250.
Okay, that's the current.
That's current.
And then, the proposed would be adding 750. You would
Yeah.
want to,
So the
Change.
proposed, which would bring it to a basic EMT, would go to 1,750. An advanced would go to 3,750. And a paramedic would go to 8,000.
So we just did adjustments when we did the compensation study? Has this been studied for market analysis with our HR department to see whether or not this is actually above or below market? Have we done any of that?
No, I don't think they've done that, but we did talk about it.
how did you get these numbers? Yeah.
Well, these numbers that what we're trying to do is both compensate them for the additional skills that they're able to provide, but also spread them out to encourage people to get an advanced license.
So, well, everyone has to have a basic EMT,
Yes.
right? So it's sort of like, why are we having a stipend for something you have to have? I mean, it's a question I think is valid. Why wouldn't we just focus all the money on things to make you do, to encourage people to do above that?
Right, so the reason we asked.
That's just a pay increase. That's like, let's say pay everybody more.
Right, but we're doing that simply because of the increased skills that they're having to,
But everyone already gets a 4.2%.
yes.
It would be good to know where this is in the market. I mean, I have no idea if the current EMT basic plus their salary, or where are we at with everybody else in us? We gotta have some data with
It would also, I guess, the thing that we really want people to do is become paramedics.
Correct.
So
And that's why.
why wouldn't we, any amount of money we put into it, we could put it all on the thing we really want people to do, because we already make them. To become a Knoxville firefighter, you have to get a basic EMT.
Right.
And you get, better pay than ever in the history of the department with the return to the step salary, whatever salary schedule, so that you get the automatic, not just the 2.5, but, you step up to, the 4.2.
And I understand, and that's why we are asking for a higher increase for advance, because we do want people to get that license, and then even a higher increase for paramedics. To encourage people to-
But what if you took that 750 increase from basic and put it towards paramedic? Or just for example, any other, like we don't know, and I don't know how this compares to, peer departments or our local competitors, I don't know. That'd be good to know before we can consider, because this, it also could vary, like if it works and everybody becomes paramedic, it'll be a lot more than 440.
But that would take time. If it's, if someone's in advance, it takes at least a year.
Right, but then we'd be on the hook for a lot more, which is good, and I don't
We
really,
have greater skills out
Yeah.
there on the.
what's the difference, I don't need to know today, but like, what can advanced EMT do that a basic EMT cannot do?
For instance, like I'm an advanced EMT, so there used to be what was called IV tech, and then you either had to bridge up to advanced because they didn't away with that certification. So back then, I used to not be able to put airways in, but now I can. Now I used to not be able to give cardiac medication, so that's something that's a skill that's been added to what.
So they're adding permissions without the training?
Well, no, we did the training, we just actually had an update in 2023, and just like the basics had, what they were allowed to do is increase from what they were originally trained for. So we're actually, the responsibility, which is good that the responsibilities are increasing, because it gives us the ability to do more for our community, which is what we're going to do. So.
Right.
And I'll be glad, we'll get you a specific breakdown of what advanced EMT can do to the basic and what paramedic can do to the advanced EMT.
Yeah, the mayor and I were down the mayor's at TML, I just happened to be, along with the mayor, but we did meet with, or briefly talk with MTAS about our discussions with QRVs and a staffing analysis. To me, this all needs to be lumped up, because I would also think, man, is there a big incentive we need to be paying if we implement QRVs to motivate people to be on those QRVs for them.
Because that's
So-
a medical response, right? So, okay, well, this, clearly there's some good strategies here, but we need a little more strategic sort of thinking to it.
I would add that we did talk to HR about these figures before we submitted, and they were in agreement that they were okay with this.
But there's no benchmarks. They didn't have the time, or we hadn't been asked yet to sort of give us some context, market context. Okay. So the numbers you just were sort of thinking, these are the numbers that will help make a difference based on what you hear from the rank and files. I'm ready for overtime.
Our next request is for additional $900,000 to cover overtime expenses. Overtime is required for a variety of things, so EMS coverage, special events, frontline training, during the recruit academy, but by far most of our overtime costs are generated simply to maintain a minimum daily staffing at the fire stations. Whenever firefighters are off work for whatever reason, vacation, sickness, military duty, or attending training, or injured on the job, and all. We do have 4 personnel assigned to some companies, and our minimum staffing for each of the ladder is 3. So whenever we have staffing vacancies today, for a day, we do float that 4 firefighters from one company to another. But when we don't have enough firefighters to float to cover all that, then we do have to backfill those positions to maintain our minimum staff. As we mentioned earlier, we have tried to help with that by getting the first EMS license out earlier, sooner, so that they can get out and start serving on that companies. And
How Have people, have there been a lot of occasions where there was mandatory overtime?
Yes, and
Like how would you say a lot? I mean, like, give me
this,
some context.
this last year was when we really had.
Because of the AMR problems? or
That
what?
contrib, well, part of it was just the number of firefighters that we were down. We had a lot on the injuries too. So, you know, I think at one time, we talked about back in the fall, we had actually 51, we were short 51 people out in the firefighting division. So it's, you know, that's a significant number.
Let's put someone like duty.
There was a lot of line duty, and then we were also down, just short staffed, so. So yeah, we did have a lot of mandatories over the last year, 2023. Because it was where we were having, at one point having to mandatory every day.
A lot, I mean, it helped to have like some numbers and also like, you know, is the academy, we just had a recruit academy graduate and I know some of them are still in the EMT portion of the training, but, you know, was this a 1 year blip or not? And also I noticed your very next request is more people, so, you know, you gotta, you know, if you have, you know, which is, seems like it's one or the other, not necessarily both, that could address staffing issues and, I mean,
There is, you know, what,
like why not do another four, if we're running, if there's 4 extras that we already have aren't enough, why not just have 5 extras or whatever you say?
yeah, so ultimately, and that's our next request, is additional staffing, we're going to start talking about that. I mean, ultimately, if we can get more staff, then that could certainly cut down, that certainly cut down on the overtime. There is a line where it's like, you could get a certain amount of additional overtime and a certain amount of additional staff, or if you get enough staff, you could really cut down on the overtime.
Right, but also I noticed, I mean, people really like overtime.
Sure.
And,
So it's already
and then they also don't take their leave and wanna have a carryover. Like, it's a, you know, complex interaction between people's desire for more money and also burnout and, you know, health and wellness and also our budget. Like, so there's a lot of moving parts here.
I think you really need to strategically look at it. I mean, we've talked about this for like 2 budget years. If you're spending over 2 million, this request almost 3 million, how do you hire X number of people and spend $1 million less, but you've got 3 or 4 full-timers that now float to cover vacation? I mean, I think that we gotta start looking at those.
I thought that's what we had, yeah, like the floaters seem like a really
Sure,
good.
that's what we do now, with, like, if there's 4 people on the company and another has 2 on it, then we float that person over to.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying.
Additional.
Yeah, if you spend $3 million on overtime and you're like, okay, instead of spending $3 million, we'll reduce our overtime budget by $1 million, but we're gonna hire X number of firefighters, 4th person on engine company. Now we don't have somebody on overtime.
Floaters might be cheaper than all this overtime. You know, cheaper is maybe more efficient, more cost effective, and also just overtime, you know, while people like the money, it's just, you know, maybe they need some time off to recover from, it's a hard job, you know, and, okay. So let's go on to the next side. I mean, like, I understand this request.
And we've already started talking about it, we are asking for additional staffing, right? We would like to increase our numbers over the next 3 years. So we lost 31 positions since fiscal year 04. We actually lost 30 positions that year in 2004. And most of those were in the firefighting division, but still having the same, still needing those people out there for staff. So we would like to get those numbers back up, and we run more calls than we used to. The total annual number of calls has increased by over 30% in the last 10 years, and most of those have had an increase. So additional staffing would help alleviate some of the mandatory overtime, also help alleviate some of the total overtime. And also would help us be able to consider and implement some additional initiatives that we talked about. for emergency response. It would also take some of the stress off of our daily staffing, you know, when we get some mandatory. So that's
Okay.
our rescue office.
6 new positions, 278, but that only covers the starting pay, like this. So that would also not be static number. And also, that doesn't cover the fringe the benefits and the pension. Or the-
How many employees is it?
It was 6. That's just the basics. Yeah.
We had 30% on top of that,
Yeah.
35.
Okay.
So for our last request, we're asking for a position of grant manager. KFD has several grant opportunities on local, state, and federal level. To include the Assistance to Firefighters Grant, which we spoke of earlier, the Safer Grant, Homeland Security Grants, the Port Security Grant. This has historically been done through a team effort of civilian and uniform personnel. We don't have the staff nor the expertise to effectively search for, apply for, and manage grants. We do believe that a grant manager can locate funding sources which would be valuable to our department.
Yeah, that is something that might be paying for itself if he or she does a good job, but I know that, I don't know what, it's hard to know what is out there because we don't have someone. But even in talking to other fire departments or just reading the literature, you hear about grants that, well, this city got us grant and we should too. You know, that, you get the sense that there are grants out there that we're not, that we're eligible for that we haven't even tried to pursue because capacity. Okay, well.
And I think for our request, although I know one of the big news is Burlington Fire Station. I know you all working on that, and you may have already talked about it, or going to be talking about that.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're really excited about that. I know we've already purchased the land, moving forward on that.
Program meeting tomorrow.
Great, and,
Got a designer on board.
and we'll go ahead and tint those garage windows on the front end, right? Yeah, yeah, that's gonna be great, and that's all on the capital side, obviously, but, I'm excited about that, it's gonna be a huge, improvement for the fire department, but also for the community, and, exciting, so.
We're looking forward to that improvement. It's still a while down the road.
Moving as quickly as we can.
Yeah.
Before you know.
Yeah, I'm glad we did some stopgap measures so they can get back in there for the time being, so, yeah. Will there be, any kind of, ceremony when the EMT, all the firefighters who are still in the EMT, that, you're just like, okay, you're done, go. I mean, it's up to you, I'm just curious what your plans are.
It's a thank you, congratulations, and they're so ready to get out.
Okay, I'm
So
sure.
they're not graduating in the end, it's just.
The graduate, I mean, they already got sworn in.
Yes, yeah, they've already been sworn in, and they're already at firefighter rank. They just
Right.
have-
Speaking of swearing in, at the next time, we're gonna bring an updated, new and improved and a little more, just, less, just more on point swearing in that you and Chief Noel and Law are working on. Okay, good. All right, well, thank you very much. Any other questions from you? Wonderful, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Use that. Good morning. Thank you for switching to this morning. I appreciate it. And if we're all ready to get started, we'll go ahead and reconvene. Good morning. All right, go ahead. Tell us what's going on.
Good morning, my name is Tom Davis, I'm the director of the Knoxville County Emergency Management Agency, this is our deputy director. I'll get
It's Rimmer. I never knew it was Rimmer.
We have budget requests. The first is requesting funding for an additional staff position. The estimated cost would be $81,500. We would request that the city fund half of that at $40,750. We're making the same request of the county. We currently have a total emergency management staff of 5. We've also added staff in recent years. I want to let you know how much we appreciate that. 2 years ago, we added a training exercise position, and that couldn't have come at a better time coming out of COVID, when I really think the majority of training exercises for emergency responders were postponed if not canceled. And so coming out of that, we've been able to offer more training than we ever have before. Last year, we helped plan and execute the biggest emergency exercise that, as far as I know, has ever taken place in East Tennessee. So we really appreciate the extra help. That's made a big difference for us. But the new position we're requesting to be focused on planning. And so that's central to our mission. It's at the very heart of what we do. Emergency planning is time consuming, it's labor intensive, working closely with our emergency responders and supporting partners to clearly define roles and responsibilities, as well as detailing priorities, objectives, strategies, and tactics for the response to the many various types of emergencies. So for the sake of comparison, in our staff of 5, we don't have any dedicated planners. Our nearest peer, which is Hamilton County, City of Chattanooga, has a total emergency management staff of 5 and three dedicated planners on staff. And speaking of comparisons, we remain last in the state in per capita emergency management staffing. We're also last out of our 19 nearest population size peers in the southeast U.S. and we'd like to continue to move towards emergency management staff size that's appropriate for our jurisdiction. Our other request. Questions about that? We're also requesting a budget increase of $11,000. Again, we're asking the city for half of that, $5,500, and we're making the same request of the county. That's to cover rising costs and increasing expenses over the last couple of years. The primary drivers of those feeding EOC staff when we activate our emergency operations center has gotten a bit more costly over the last few years, and as well as kind of recently identified needed a gap to be a little bit better prepared for sustained operation in the EOC. Frankly, we found this out in the snowstorm, and we had folks staying there overnight, and we were trying to feed the EOC staff when lots of our local establishments were shutting down due to inclement weather. So we want to be a little bit better prepared to house folks in the EOC, specifically having like buying pots and things like that, having a little bit of emergency food and water supply on hand, just to make sure that we can sustain operations even in our worst case scenario.
Is there a way that the big four, we always do the big four comparison. If you took the big four, Shelby, Knox, Hamilton, Davidson.
It's on the back.
I would have to work in the front.
Yeah, I would love to just see those four and where we stack up. I mean, some of the data gets skewed when you're like population 8,000 and they have 1.5 people. Of course, they're going to be number one.
It really does. Yeah, if you look at the averages at the bottom of the Tennessee versus, I think this is a much better, frankly, benchmark when you look at the averages of similar size jurisdiction on the other side. You're exactly right. Looking at statewide data is definitely skewed by the.
Yeah. I'd love to just see the big four. Where are we with the big four? How many people? How many staff members? That'd be helpful.
I'll send it.
We've added, remind me, we've added one staff person in the last 3 years.
So 2 years ago, we added a new training and exercise position. That's Sarah Blue. She's doing a fantastic job. And a year before that, maybe, we added the deputy position.
Okay, thank you.
So you've been adding, I mean, you've added a lot of staff.
Yes, ma'am. And it's made a big difference. We appreciate that. The help very much.
So who's doing the planning now?
It's all of us, I think, kind of philosophically, kind of like boys don't take this, every Marine rifleman, every emergency management staff member has planning as kind of a core competency and it's part of our job. But since that is frankly the biggest and I think most important part of what we do, I think having some dedicated staff there for that, that is a current focus and if we're adding capacity, that's where we can.
Well, if you, the person who you hired to do training and you're be a deputy, couldn't they be allocated towards planning, that would be whatever this, I mean, if that is, I'm just saying, if that is the core thing.
Frankly, all of us do, work on planning, and spend quite a bit of our time.
I think, you just want,
And that's also very specialized in the emergency management career field. A planner has become a very specialized position and very valuable because they're the ones that are working through what are we going to do this year, what are we going to do.
right, the really long-term stuff, yeah. Okay. All right, so planner and some, funds for supplies and equipment. All right, that's pretty straightforward. And you'll get back to us with the big four comparison, just as a, I sort of found, Davidson and Hamilton, for some reason I can't find Shelby, but I'm sure it's on here somewhere.
I'll send you some, a little bit of.
Just like to see the big
Yeah.
four. I mean, the mayor's always with other mayors from the big four. It'd be nice to know where we're at.
And in Davidson versus Williamson, if you happen to notice Williamson, which
Yeah.
is south, it's uses, I think they have 200 people, some,
Williamson County says they have 20 people,
20.
Williamson County still has them all.
and Davidson has
Correct.
14, so that does seem strange.
County fire.
They have so many folks in
Wow.
that area, and they have,
It's interesting.
But Williamson County does.
It's amazing, you look at the revenue for Williamson County, they still have an all volunteer fire.
Yeah, they're the richest county in the state.
They are, but it's like they still run this.
And they get more money for students per capita than.
I know. It's amazing.
yes.
So we can't compare ourselves to Williamson County because the way they handle things is just really different.
Yes.
And also inequitable.
Sure, so, yeah, so I'll send, speaking of that, I'll send you some details. For example, when we compare ourselves to, Hamilton County, I think their total staff size is actually 14 from memory, but they do some things like they provide training for the many volunteer fire departments in Hamilton County. They run the county half-mile team, so the number you're seeing there is, we try to.
Yeah, it's not really apples to apples always.
Right, yeah, so the number you see there, the 9 we put there are the number of staff members that are actually focused on emergency management. We didn't count the other 5
Oh,
that
okay,
train the
so you've already tried to, as
Yeah,
best as
but
possible,
I'll-
make it apples to apples.
I'll provide a little more detail in a follow-up email about the.
Okay. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Thanks again for moving from yesterday to afternoon to this morning, I appreciate it. All right. Moving right along. So I'm okay to start slightly early if you're ready. If you're- Moving right along here.
I'm just gonna stay over here.
That's fine. You don't have to Okay, but yeah,
Yeah, just a few things. I wanted to mention just a couple of things about, things going on in policy. Obviously, still definitely considered a new role for me. But I wanted to highlight just a couple of things that have been really great about things happening in policy. Specifically, I'm gonna touch on a few things that Carter has worked on. So, he worked very directly with Kevin and his team on the housing dashboard that we got to see a couple of weeks ago, which is gonna provide data on our housing market and the city housing initiative. So we're really excited to have that. He's also worked with Kat and Justice Knox on a micro transit program that will launch at the same time of Cat Reimagined. And so that's been it's a gap filler. It's really a great opportunity for us to provide a higher level of service and accessible transit to supplement what's going on with Cat Reimagined. So we're excited about that. And he's also been instrumental in guiding the Entrepreneur Center to create their first ever 3-year strategic plan. And so we're really excited to, hopefully that's going to launch soon. We don't have it yet, but hopefully that will be coming out soon. So I just wanted to highlight a few key things. He and I both work with the Spark Clean Tech Accelerator, which we're excited has brought over $50 million in sustainable innovation capital to our region. And they've attracted clean tech businesses that are doing business in Knoxville and they're staying in Knoxville, so we're excited. A few other things that you're gonna get to hear from some other folks here soon. Really excited to have Kevin and his team launch the strategic housing plan. And everyone is tired of hearing about it, but we were really pleased to work with planning staff on the middle housing.
I'm not
zoning
tired of
code.
I'm thrilled with it.
On the middle housing zoning code, which passed in January, so we're really excited
That's a lot
to
of work.
the phone calls that are coming into planning to Carter and myself are, there's a lot of people really interested, whether they're inside the appropriate geography or not. We're really excited. We definitely feel like we've elevated the conversation on middle housing, so we're excited about that. We did launch and continue to support the Knox County Joint Office of Housing Stability, and that is, the first board meeting is coming up soon, so we're excited to really dive in more directly with support for that office. And we have hired a new sustainability director that is going to start April 1st. So the first item that we wanted to talk about, downtown has grown a lot in the last number of years. It's a bustling area with numerous residents and visitors every day. The city is working with a consultant to access downtown parking, to assess downtown parking and form a strategic plan for parking and mobility, in particular to downtown and UT campus. They're helping analyze which facilities are used the most, least, when, for how long, and how we're currently managing parking overall. We're gonna need some help because we have a myriad of entities that are managing different parts of parking. And while we do not have our plan, we do not have the recommendations from the consultants back yet. They knew we were in budget season because every city is at this time. And so what we have come to realize is that we are going to need some ongoing support from them to get a few of these things off the ground and implemented. Their ongoing expertise is going to be really critical too.
So Mayor, as you're aware, we don't have the findings from the report.
I'm very aware.
And there's a lot of chatter out there that we're all aware of on social media. There's this survey that's not it's fine. There is this, regardless, if we kept the system exactly how it is now, we know that there are capital needs and management needs for our parking systems. So we've started to embed that within the budget process. What that actually means, we won't know until we have the analytics back, but just wanted you to know, we know we're gonna need something even if we just kept it exactly how it is now. So that's why you're gonna see these in the budget.
Just, for the people who may be watching, like, yes, we do not have a parking study.
We're waiting.
We understand there's some, concerns in the community about it, but I think it's just another sign of the successful revitalization of downtown and our growing city, whether it's from visitors, increased business activity, more cultural life, but our downtown is bustling, and so these growing pains to do with, affect parking and management and cost. I know for several years, PBA, they keep us aware of the capital needs, the maintenance needs, the security needs of our parking. So we all know, there is no such thing as, free infrastructure. It's just a matter of, how you cover the cost of it, and just congestion as well. So anyhow, this will be really interesting to think through, and, I understand the need for that, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. The city has a number of initiatives kind of moving forward that we really are trying to make sure we're being proactive and engaging the community. And that's sort of what our next item is support for making sure that we have the ability to engage our residents, bring their feedback in to the work that we're doing, and then turn that around into how we can.
Yeah.
We've just found when you look back at some of our significant policy initiatives, housing, middle housing, anytime we go in and do anything with zoning, our team has just been a bit stressed. So as we look ahead to big policy changes over the next couple of years, we just need help with that. You know, comms helps in a lot of ways, but these special projects, we just need somebody else.
Yeah.
So we're wanting to integrate
Right,
that
because
into the budget.
if you don't get, if you're not super proactive, I mean, I think the pet bridge has been a good example, you know, where it's taken a lot of grassroots communication, meetings. Middle housing is another one, you know, when the planning commission, you know, decided that we needed to talk to the community more and get some more community input. How many additional meetings, was it 40? Anyhow.
It was
A lot of additional meetings, both, you know, here in the office and one-on-one, you know.
neighborhoods,
And also neighborhood meetings, so,
like 15 neighborhoods.
that's time intensive, but it does end up with, you know, with a better product, so, I mean, a bit, you know, just more community informed.
We've started to gather some, you know, I think Ms. Justice has done, we've done that through a collaborative effort, but a lot of it has been taxing on staff. And so we've also spent quite a bit of money doing those, but we found different pots of money to pay for the required materials. So we've got some numbers where we're spending things each year.
But we shouldn't think of it as an extra, but embedded.
Yeah, and if we're gonna, I mean, I think the expectation with our residents is to do more of this, you know, to do more outreach. And so I think this is really what it's about. I know, and I know city council has asked for us to do more outreach. And so we need some resources to help get those professionals on board. I always go back, you know, one of the first projects Cheryl worked on with the city was when we did the Dig a Park with the Park. And that was a $150,000 contract for one campaign. And it was really, I think, successful because we had a team here to do it.
We heard yesterday that they're to 60% voluntary participation. I was super
Anyway,
excited
good.
to hear that. I think that's good. Anyway, I'm going to pass it over to Carter to talk a little bit about noise cameras and.
Yes. Yep. So you have the request in front of you for just really the operational back end of the noise cameras that we did the capital budget request on earlier. This is just really to help the software procurement that goes along with the back end. We actually, the way that it's currently set up is a licensing of the software. It's a cloud-based platform, so it's nothing that plugs into our IT. It's all something that we log in. Different members of the city would be able to have logins that would want to access the camera footage and data. The cool thing about it is it's not only the software that allows you to actually go and see the events and record it on the back end. We would be able to actually issue citations using that software, but we would be able to also do a lot of data analytics with the software, which I think is really important when we think about, you know, the noise cameras are really great for enforcement and have a lot of promise to be good for enforcement of our noise ordinance. But at the end of the day, right, we want to focus on mitigation as much as possible, not just, you know, retroactive enforcement. So
Will they be fixed or mobile?
So the cameras are able to, they are fixed in place, but we are able to move them really easily. If you take in the engineering department, they are able to do it. You know,
We don't have to hire somebody.
Yeah, when we did the pilot, we moved it because we had it on the
Yes.
Church and Gay Street location, and then we moved it over to Cumberland. It's not noisy, some beta stuff, and I think it took them 2 hours to move it over to.
So it's not like on wheels, but it's not, you know, you could put it up for 6 months in one place and 6 months in another.
Yeah, very easy.
It's like, I think Greg may know more about this, but like, we have those speed detectors that help inform. We can move those around. It's not a 30-minute job, but it's one of those things, our crews can take those and place them in another location.
So it's easy to do, as long as you just have a power source. I mean, all the data that gets transmitted out is through 5G, so as long as you just have a power source, you can move around pretty easily.
So I just have to say, we got really lucky to be a part of the pilot on this. I can't tell you the number of cities that are calling, they end up calling me sometimes because they don't realize it's Carter, and so he gets to take these calls, but who are like, I need to learn about these noise cameras. So we were really, he has become a very sought after.
Yeah, we're up to 36 cities I've had calls with about, and that's you know, mayor's offices, a lot of police departments, like a lot of people are.
People hate the noises.
Well, but it's what's happening that is becoming the piece that's even more valuable than just being able to issue a citation is the data and our ability to look at what is happening and analyze the data. That makes all the difference in making good decisions. So.
Great. Well, I'm so glad that we're ahead of the curve and decided to get the technology on a permanent basis, because we only have the machine as a sort of a loan.
Free trial, yeah, we got it a lot longer than we initially thought we were gonna have, just we had so many cities reaching out to us asking about it.
We're doing great advertising for whoever's.
Well, I went back to the company and was like, it's hard for me to talk to cities about all the great work they're getting from the camera if we,
Don't
If
have
we
it.
don't
have it. And they were like, yeah, why don't we keep demoing this? This is
Good.
going really well. So, and then, KUB, fiber affordability program. So as you know, KUB has been doing fiber for several years now, since 2022 is when I think they officially started plugging it in. Same council meeting, I remember it, that we got the fiber approved. We also have the KUB affordability program, which is a quick reminder of the way I get paid for. It's when KUB gives us our annual pilot. Taking the new money that they make off of their fiber expansion, that increases the amount of money that the city gets back to KUB. And so we basically, the way that the funding mechanism for this was set up is that when we get those additional dollars from KUB that are attributable just to fiber, we subtract out the city's increase in our electric bill, and then whatever's left over, we essentially use to help support this affordability program. So that goes up to, it's the same affordability program as the federal ACP program, which is the broadband affordability program, that actually did not get renewed because of very new news. So that's not renewed at the federal levels. I think that helps speaks to the importance of these broadband affordability programs.
Wait, it wasn't renewed?
It was not renewed at the federal level. So
I thought there's all this stuff about broadband access.
for whatever reason, this one specific federal program did not get renewed. And that doesn't necessarily just affect KUB. In fact, KUB has told me that they're still committed to trying to be their version of that the federal government kept that going. But that means that customers on Comcast or AT&T, they might be looking for other options to help with affordability programs.
Well, I'm a big supporter of bridging the digital divide, and KUB's fiber is a big part of that. So one thing I would be curious, as I recall when we discussed that, KUB was going to also try to get participation from Knox County Schools, Knox County, maybe corporate partners. I don't know. The city shouldn't be the only one contributing, in my view. So if in the coming weeks, please. Just if you could get an update, whatever their latest update is on their coverage, how many people are taking it up, and is anyone else contributing?
Yeah, I do have a little bit of information. Just I know, and just they've been talking with the county. The city and the county are the only two government agencies that receive the pilot dollars that they would then have funds to basically give back to the program. And it seems like the county is going to be on board with giving their proportional equivalent of what the city is a little bit less in dollar amounts, just because they get less money from KUB than we do. But it seems like the indications there that the county wants to go for it. And then KUB is very solution in going after they'll fund this as well.
And if they have it, it'd be interesting to know, how many people are taking advantage of this,
And that's a big part
That's a
of it.
KUB question, you may not have that.
Well, and I know that right now there are 150 people who are on board with the ACP program, and then because they've kept the eligibility for the grant program, the city's been funding pretty low. It's still at about 13 people are taking advantage, but they fund that out for a full 4 years. So those 13 people have 4 years of guarantee, for this program. Really, and what KUB wants to do now is more aggressively push that, and that's why they fill a supplemental income is helpful for them to do that marketing. So it's the 4 schools: Austin East, Central, Fulton, and South Doyle, and then they're looking at expanding those into their feeder pattern schools. So the 9 middle schools and 26 elementary schools will be people that they're pushing the availability of this program to.
You said Fulton, Austin East, Central, and South Doyle.
Which is not in city limits, but a lot of, they have a large student population of those within the city limits.
Okay. Thank you.
The Public Arts Committee has typically had predominantly capital funds, because the installations that they usually are working on are considered capital improvements. The committee at the moment is really excited at following suit with what some other peer cities with similar groups have done to do some temporary art installs. Well, that bumps that from a capital request to an operating request, because it might be a 3-month installation or a 6-month installation, depending on what it is. And so they overall did not request more money from the city, but took 50% of their capital request and moved that over to an operating request.
And it's for a project to be determined.
They have multiple in mind that they're working on at the moment. They also have several capital projects that are in the process, and in conjunction with our Parks and Rec department, to work on some improvements at some parks and that kind of thing. So they have several different things. Walter Party Park specifically is one that we're teaming up with them on. So.
And this is separate from, the money, I think we already budgeted for something in First Creek at Austin. It's their.
Totally different.
Totally, that's not in the public works committee, that's, okay.
No, totally separate. That's all that I have.
All right,
Mayor, can I ask a question?
sure.
So just following up on what Mr. Hall was talking about, the noise cameras, fantastic update. So I guess with the request that you had in the budget, is that going to allow you to actually issue citations and start enforcement? Because my understanding was the roadblock to enforcement was that you needed somebody to testify in court when somebody had a citation issued. It wasn't so much on the back end in the software. Can you kind of get into that point?
What we're looking at right now is a potential partnership with likely a red light camera operator, because they provide that technical support back end. So that we weren't in this position 6 months ago, but at this point we're having a lot more interest from people who provide that services for other cameras, like red light cameras. We don't necessarily have speeding cameras, but that's another example. So we would use a company that offers that technical back end and work with them on this.
So do you think we've got a timeline to when we can start being able to enforce that with these noise cameras?
I would hope within the year, for sure. Again, take some of there's some corporate partnership stuff between the camera manufacturers and the potential technical vendors that I was talking about. But I would say definitely within the year, seems likely.
No, that's just great. And thanks for continuing to push on this thing. I think it is really interesting that you've got all this, you just kind of had this opportunity with this pilot, and now there's all this interest from everyone else, because I don't think the problem with noise is isolated to Knoxville. It's everywhere.
That's part of being on the cutting edge of things. Yeah. It takes time to figure things out, and you gotta just keep working on it. But yeah, I think we're in a really nice spot right now.
I appreciate you keep plugging on that. And then just with Ms. Ball as well, on the enforcement front, I know you and I have talked about the short-term rentals enforcement, getting updates on that. That continues to be a struggle. We hear about a lot from the neighborhoods. So I think anything we can be doing to make sure that complaints are getting addressed and get calls back, and then also just looking at there were some new tools that are in your toolbox that came in after council's workshop. I think some of those tools might be able to help you with looking at enforcement in maybe a different way. But that continues to be an issue that we hear about from neighborhoods and neighbors a lot.
We just had a meeting about trying to figure out, is there anything, I think that what we did was paper documentation, and we did it, and it's being executed, and I'm not sure there's a whole lot more that we're actually capable of doing from an enforcement standpoint. But what we continue to take complaints. We've continue to meet with neighborhoods. I have myself met with 3 different neighborhoods just in the last 3 or 4 months to talk through how does this work and what are their options as a neighborhood for participating. And it really, that is what it comes down to, is the neighbors really
We hear the same concern. We're looking at ways to really try to protect those neighbors. We hear your concerns.
I'm sure you are, but thank you for sharing.
Thanks. Any other questions for policy department's budget report? Okay, Carter, thank you very much. Cheryl, thank you. And, I think we'll go ahead, we're a little ahead of schedule, but, I'd like to just go ahead and go forward with housing neighbor development.
I know, we're done.
And again, Cheryl gave sort of an overview of some of the work that's been going on, and I just want to thank Housing Neighbor Development, Kevin, you and your team have always been doing a lot of good work, but just the updated housing strategy, the input you got from various stakeholders, and then you sharing that information out in various venues has been really good. I really appreciated the, I don't know what we called it, the stakeholder meeting in December, and then, having it in one, and I would say pretty concise 24-page plan. I mean, I know other cities have like 300-page plans, and, so 24 pages is concise and readable to, people who are really interested, in a way that a 300-page document ever would be. So, and I'm glad we have the dashboard, gives us some metrics and baselines and just context. There's been so much, the housing crisis is so acute, and it's, a lot of people are struggling, and so giving people context and helping people understand the attainability side rather than just affordability, that's been a really huge improvement over, the community's dialogue, just so we have more accurate information about why we're experiencing this and how to some people they're experiencing huge crises because their salaries have been static or just going up a little bit, but their rent's going up a lot more. But then other people coming here to Knoxville and they're like, oh my gosh, you can buy a house for just $500,000 or whatever. It's we're not an isolated economy. So anyhow, all that is to say is you guys have been doing great work, and I appreciate it. And now I'm looking forward to hearing what you need in the budget year ahead.
Thank you for those kind words. Good morning to everyone, Mayor, Chief Brace, Rosenberg, Ball, and Chief Justice.
He's got the best name.
Yeah, Director Boyce and the finance team. We are really grateful for all of the support that Mayor, Council, Administration has been provided our department and our work. I don't think we've pat ourselves on the back enough for the job that we have done. We are in an affordable housing crisis, and the crisis is real. Our response has been rather robust, and what you're going to hear today is just a continuation of how we are gearing up to meet the needs of our city. And just a quick stat, together, the last 4 years, we're nearing 3,000 units of housing units provided or preserved through our affordable rental, home ownership, through housing rehab. So working together, we are making a difference. The Housing and Neighborhood Development Department, 20 employees. We're down from 21 from last year because one position was the Office of Housing and Development. We are restructuring our team a bit to implement the attainable resilient housing strategy. As you know, we've been laser focused on providing affordable housing, and I want to assure everyone that all of our federal funds and all of our affordable housing fund monies have gone directly to low and moderate income families for their benefit. So that those are two very powerful tools that are producing the numbers that I mentioned. But we also realize that there are others that are impacted by this housing crisis that may not be dependent on subsidized housing. And so these other recommendations are incentive-based, they're using our land use better, and our staff structure is now going to try to gear up to meet implementation. We know that we need to provide another 6,000 to 8,000 units in the city in the next 5 years. I want to introduce some key members of our team, which is our leadership team. First, Linda Rust is our community development administrator. She has a very key role in our city of handling all of the compliance for federal funds. We've consolidated all of the programs that receive federal funding under Linda's leadership. She does a tremendous job of that. The city has an excellent reputation for compliance, and at the same time, we've been rather productive.
Good job. And Linda, how long have you been with the city?
11 years.
But you were with the county for how long?
16 years.
So she was 16 county community.
So she's been
in the biz for a while.
Yeah. She worked with Grant. And want to introduce Michael Unthorn, who's handling a lot of special projects in housing. He's formerly our homeless coordinator, but we're updating his role a little bit to meet our needs. You also Stephanie Cook, who runs the Disability Service Office, which is a collection of a lot of duties, including a lot of housing things, responding to the needs of our community in a way that provides accessibility and visibility. And also, she provides a lot of services to the city, making sure our projects and developments are ADA compliant, handling some of the ADA concerns of our coworkers across the city. So grateful for Stephanie. And then Julian Love replaced Ken. And so Julian handles a lot of our neighborhood stabilization activities, and we'll be working to expand our homemakers program acquisition capabilities. Grateful for her leadership.
Julie, when did you start?
2 months this week.
Okay.
So.
Well, welcome. Glad to have you. And I mean, all of you are doing important work, but that's homemakers program's been very successful in stabilization and all that stuff. So it's an important part of our attainable resilient Knoxville. So.
Well, Mrs. Beth Bacon, she is representing the city, our department at the Diversity Expo this morning.
Okay.
Her and her team. She's needed there. So with those, he needs no introduction, but our very close partner, KCBC Cadet, that invented So we have a few things in the way of budget request. We'll just jump right in if that's okay.
Yes, please.
The first item is an additional funding of $7,700, which is a natural increase for the new Office of Housing and Stability. This will cover staffing costs. And as you know, we sort of been working in Cheryl Paul's leadership, mainly to stand up that office.
So we pay for one FTE and half the other, position, right? Or basically.
One FTE in operations.
In operations, okay. Yeah, I'm very excited. I think that, I know that the Office of Housing Stability Office isn't just for acute needs like warming centers, but I'm sure glad they had a plan in place and that we were able to support that plan, but having someone coordinate that we never had such a long period of cold, and, you know, it was a life-saving level of planning, so. But I know that they have a board now, and so they're gonna be able to move forward with their strategic planning, and so some extra resources makes sense.
Second request is also in the housing suitability arena. We applied for and received the youth homeless demonstration grant. Very happy about that progress, as we have been unsuccessful in previous years, and so we're going to receive $1.8 million for implementation. Also, on top of that, our continuum of care monies that come to this community will increase by about $800,000 every year. So this is a gift that we continually give to our community. We pledge in that process to provide $50,000 match.
Seems like a pretty good ROI.
Yes.
Yeah. So that will go particularly to support the Youth Homeless Demonstration Project, and hopefully it won't go from demonstration to just ongoing. And so will this money stay within Housing and Neighbor Development, or you'll pass it through to the joint office, or to be determined?
Well, it will be used.
Or CAC, I know they've been doing a lot.
Yeah, so it's match money, but it doesn't have to go to,
Particular.
yeah, so they'll request how they want to use it, and we'll take that request to the mayor.
And who is they?
I'm sorry, the Office of Housing Stability.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the Homeless Coalition, and folks working with the Office of Housing Stability.
Whoever's in charge of the continuum of care
Continuing care, right.
recipient. Okay. Continuum of care. That's a big HUD specific.
Yeah, so, that provides continuous funding for agencies doing the work of addressing the needs of those experiencing housing instability. The monies go directly to the agencies, but we play a role in planning and administration that in theory will pass on to the joint office next cycle.
Okay.
Another new request is, did I skip one?
No, I think you're on number 3.
Okay, turn the page twice.
Support
Support for the warming centers. We mentioned the warming centers. This year we had expenses related to that. Security, something we really just hadn't thought through. And so we were able to pay and provide support to those doing that excellent work of sheltering those on the coldest days of the year. And also we had some utility bills that we covered. So this fund will give us the ability to provide support to the warming center.
So Kevin, would that be dollars in CD, or would it be money that we just contract and hand over to the joint office?
Yeah, so typically we've been paying the vendors directly from our offers. And so,
Is it easier to just let them do it, so we're not chasing receipts and putting it?
yeah, and that'll be up to.
Just wasn't sure
They're
what you
fine
were thinking. Wasn't
to,
sure
they're
if
fine
you-
either way, but it seems like it might be less paperwork and hassle if we can give that money to them for that purpose, and
And the county's ready to
the county's gonna match
match what
us.
we're gonna do.
Their county is gonna match us, yes.
And it'll be the same level of paperwork, we're just not doing it, so.
Well, we just as there's a lot of questions in the community about some various changes in homeless services. It's not really a budget thing. I mean, so often we budget the money, but finding people to provide the services is, that's the hard thing. So, just as we learn more about like the future of FOIA and other things like that, and to, address just, there's just open questions when you're volunteer ministry center's not going to be doing that anymore. So anyhow, we are glad to keep funding it, but we just don't know who the provider is. So as you learn more about that, I know that's a work in progress. please keep me posted.
All right, moving on to the next one. We're asking for $5,000 for 5 bariatric wheelchairs, and actually, Stephanie, would you talk a little bit to this request?
Sure. So we put together with the city and the county and the fire and various first responder groups in the Knoxville and East Tennessee area a mobility trailer to be deployed when there's a flood, a tornado, a burn on a floor in a multi-rise apartment building, to be able to evacuate individuals with disabilities. And that has been so hugely successful in its deployment, so much so that the North Knox Medical Center has requested its use at the end of this month to be able to shift some patients from an older facility to a new facility. And that's a perfect example of teamwork and money well spent, I think, on behalf of the city and county. And we simply need 5 more bariatric chairs. These are the larger chairs that we just don't have enough of on that trailer to be able to deploy on site. This trailer is available for anybody in the East Tennessee area. It's not just a Knox County thing. We've set it up so that it can be used for our partners' use. And we've seen Chattanooga, Nashville, and Memphis, they're all chomping at the bit to get their own trailer because they're jealous. And our research indicates that it's the first of its kind in the country. So something to be very proud of. And so $5,000 would allow us to, quote, complete what the team believes is necessary to put into that trailer to be deployed as needed.
Yeah, I've seen the trailer, and I know it's been a huge asset, and I know fire department's been very involved in that, and TEMA. I'm wondering if, since these outside entities have been wanting to use it, have they been asked to contribute to the equipment, either the hospitals or other municipalities? Since,
It's a shared resource.
Right, it's a shared resource, so that means maybe there should be some shared cost sharing as well. Have they been asked?
Well, I can't tell you if they've been specifically asked. I know that all of the players involved, all the logos that you see on that trailer, all of those people have pitched in, either with in-kind or monetary or equipment type donations.
I can imagine like a hospital or somebody, with one of their foundations, might be a good entity to inquire. It would just be interesting. This is such a good project. I imagine there might be some dollars that have been untapped so far because it is such a compelling need. But I'm glad to see it on here, and we'll see where we can tap into some resources for that.
How often does it get deployed? How many responses have you gone to in the last 2 years?
Well, let's see. We only cut the ribbon on it February a year ago.
Have they responded in the last year?
And it's been taken to a lot of locations for regional training and that sort of thing, educational processes. We needed it, obviously, with the Northgate Tower fire, but that's how this developed as a result of that. This deployment is the first that I'm aware of for a non-emergency responder use. The Tennessee Federation of Fire Chaplains is the nonprofit that we have sent this trailer to, so they're managing insurance and all of that for us. So I don't necessarily have a say in whether it gets.
I just didn't know, you
deployed or
mentioned
not.
Chattanooga, you mentioned other people. If it's only once a year, do they even need one? Can they just contribute to the fire chiefs? And we have a regional one that can respond all over the region. So just a thought.
That is a thought, but I'm kind of selfish, and I would like to know that my mobility equipment is more to the Knoxville and contiguous counties than that far away,
Right.
But they're trying to get their own, because, they see that we rock and they need to do more.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Sure.
The next request is for $5,000, a one-time expense. The Mayor's Council on Disability Issues, better known as CODI, It's going to celebrate its 40th anniversary. And the monies are needed for the celebration.
I noticed in the 30th anniversary sponsors were sought, so I assume we do the same for the 40th, but that's still a work in
We
progress.
will be doing the same thing. The 40th anniversary is actually in June, I think. But we wanted to get the budget request in because we don't know when we'll be able to have the event.
It'll
in
be-
any
The
time.
40th anniversary is June of 24 or 25?
Yes. Yes.
The celebration will likely come out.
Yeah, it'll be early fall.
The next request is for the Knoxville Homeless Management Information System, HMIS. And this is how we track data. And it's been funded at the same level for many years. And so this was a sort of a natural increase to help that function.
I noticed that CARM is, our biggest emergency shelter, and they're using their own internal data system. Have they expressed any interest in using the same system as everybody else, or do you know?
Yeah, I want to defer.
Have we,
to Mike
I know
on
that have new leadership there, so maybe they're.
There's ongoing conversations about that sort of thing. Essentially, they were originally using the HMIS, then they moved to another system that gave them a lot more internal data that they could readily access without having to go ask for it from UT. And that set up the situation where we need to do a data transfer. I think it's important to note that rescue missions across the country, including ours, typically don't accept government money. And as a result, very few of them actually share their data.
Yeah.
So even with this, we're in a lot better position than most communities. And that data is important to us because it informs the continuum of care process. It goes into the annual report that goes to the HUD and Congress. And it affects our funding and our ability to get resources, because without that piece of the data, the large piece of the data, it's very difficult for us to paint a picture of what's going on. So they just need this resource to do that monthly transfer, weekly transfer.
Do we think that the HMIS system, I mean, I think you were just saying that like service providers have a hard time accessing their own data from HMIS? I mean, like, is there
No,
there's some
it's-
barriers there? Like, why would you?
CARM wanted very specific stuff that they wanted to get into that HMIS isn't set up to do for them. Most other agencies are able to get what they need. They're able to use it for grant application and all the rest of that. CARM just had a very specific thing they wanted to do, and they went the other way, but still continue working with us to transfer data. So that's where we are.
Okay. Thanks. What's next?
And the next item is a personnel request. The Disability Service Office is funded for 1.5 position. And we're requesting that part-time position be made full-time. And some of the justification is, the great work that they're doing, and the additional task of new housing initiatives that are aging in place. We are also, from a compliance standpoint, a lot of the fair housing measures that went away for time coming back. So we're really in need of full-time position.
Okay. So the increase from part-time to full-time would be 50,000 more?
Yes, benefits and all, yes.
Okay.
And our partnership with NCDC, I'm not sure everyone is, has an understanding of how that runs. They support both housing and neighborhood development, and urban design, and development. All of the neighborhood stabilization work that we do in the way of homemakers, way of taking private property and getting in the hands of development. KCDC plays a role in that. We work with them on affordable housing fund. They help us with analysis of projects, and there's a whole business support that he does with RJ on looking at But with that introduction, again, we have the request that ongoing support cases. Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, sure, I'll jump in just a little bit. We continue to do our redevelopment work with KCDC, and staff support us through a lot of due diligence activities, and also in our endeavor to establish a new redevelopment area along the Magnolia corridor. So that's kind of the big project for the year ahead of us, the calendar year ahead of us, but also the fiscal year. And just the public meetings and the evaluation of the area, and working through just the planning efforts that it takes to establish that as a new redevelopment area for our community, so we can kind of guide some development interests to East Knoxville. Will be a really welcome addition to our incentive toolbox.
So basically, we are partnering with KCDC to the extent that we've added to your workload, and this would help cover that additional work, either through you might hire more people, or give raises to your current staff, or hire external folks, whatever. You'll handle the workload we send your way, and it's your job to figure out how best to do that.
Exactly. There used to be a relationship where we would bill for individual projects. We've tried to move away from that. This just makes a lot more sense. So there's actually a $100,000 line item that is mainly for administration of the public-private partnerships in conjunction with RJ and her team, as well as the administration of the IDB. This $300,000, the way to think about that is, as RJ mentioned, redevelopment plans, corridor development, one-offs like sanitary laundry. Sometimes we do random things in the South Waterfront and other redevelopment areas. It just allows us to have a pool of money to be able to bill against without having to send y'all invoices back and forth all the time. It also allows us to go get consultants. Sometimes it doesn't make sense for us internally to have an architect on staff or a landscape architect, so we can go and pull from the best folks to be able to do things quickly.
And when I look at the list of McClung, Sanitary, St. Mary's, our corridors, Magnolia, like you start looking at those, like trying to have a different mini contract for every one of those projects. So we've taken this approach. I think it's been really successful for you.
Yeah, I really appreciate KCDC's partnership as a housing authority and redevelopment authority for the city. We've been very resourceful, and it's really key, particularly the Magnolia Avenue corridor. And I think it's important to lay people don't always, people who aren't in this work don't understand that it's not just a matter of like labeling a map and saying this is a redevelopment area. There's a lot of legalities required to doing that, to designating where it is, notifying property owners, having community engagement, and then
The legal requirements are significant, and then, as you know, Mayor, the market conditions play a huge role in that. So the city has done an outstanding job of incentivizing to the point that we can. We're aggressive.
Simsbury Lumber is an excellent example. I mean, that's been available a little while.
About 10 years now, and we're getting something inked, and
And it's not that our lack of, it's not, availability is just the first thing. Market conditions are what has really changed that. So hopefully we can set the table on Magnolia Avenue corridor to complement ongoing shifts in the market that can improve redevelopment options there and revitalize and bring more opportunity to people in East Knoxville. So very supportive of this. All right. Any other questions for housing neighborhood development? Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to say, thank you for Director Bose and his team for all the information you've been getting to council as we're, all working through the housing shortage that we're trying to deal with. I think it certainly is impressive, the 3,000 units number is really helpful to be able to communicate to folks. I wanted to ask you, because you brought up the Homemakers program as well as when you came and talked to council about that. With regard to the efforts to expand Homemakers into looking at commercial property as well, is that a part of what you're discussing in the budget?
Yeah, that's a key strategy. And we have the benefit of having some American Rescue Act monies, some ARPA monies to the tune of $2.3 million that we're going to start with. So not making a big ask this time, but we do understand moving forward that there's going to be more expensive acquisitions. We're going to lean on the ARPA money for the time being.
So is that, I guess if I'm hearing that right, what you're saying is that you're wanting to make some updates to expand Homemakers into commercial property, and you're going to be able to have $3.2 million in the fund to be able to do that with?
2.3.
2.3.
That was through the budget, that was through the budget amendment that we adopted in December, and that's not necessarily for
Partial.
commercial,
So
right, yeah.
it'll be a two-step. So part of it was in the mid-year. The last remaining 900,000 will be programmed July 1.
So, and it's not specifically for commercial, it's the entire program is getting that much money.
Now, we're going to use it for corridor development.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love hearing that, that's great. And then, just Chief Justice, I love that. And then you think of that, it's beautiful, so I'll use that from now on.
Only a lawyer would love that.
I really appreciated hearing you talk about the redevelopment corridor along Magnolia and, guiding those redevelopment efforts. I know you guys hear from council all the time about how this is a very popular out in the community. So just hearing, and of course we all know there are continued efforts that are going on all the time. It's not isolated, but just hearing continued efforts in that direction are good. And just, to the extent you can, be thinking about expanding that outwards as well. And then the only other follow-up I had is, it could be either for Director Bose or Mr. Dunmore. Thinking about the warming centers, those presented a lot of opportunity to connect social workers to some of our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, who we may have more challenges connecting with because they came in to deal with the cold, the extreme cold conditions that were out there. Can you talk about how relationship building has been impacted by those opportunities since the warming centers, were launched and helped people during the storm?
Let us defer to Chief Ball on that.
Sure. Chief
Ball has been really hands-on with the housing stability. Was actually there, hands-on volunteering during that time. So I think she would probably be in the best position to answer the question.
So the warming centers presented some really incredible opportunities and challenges both, as you can imagine. What was really great is the folks that came out and the way that our community responded to that. There were opportunities for people who would be willing to connect and with services, and there was some progress made. As we were all experiencing challenges getting around, there was a little bit of a limitation in how many folks were able to make it to the different warming centers to have those conversations. But just like you mentioned, this was our first relationship building opportunity, and as we have now established some relationships, and as we look forward to planning in the future, Erin Reed, who is the executive director of the Office of Housing Stability, that is part of what she is working on. How do we create a broader systems level approach to each of the warming centers going forward? So,
Well, and
it's
I would just add that Erin Reed's been place, in her role maybe 7 or 8 months now. And it took a while to get her board set, her board set up in part because one of the expectations is to have a person either currently homeless or someone who has experienced homelessness themselves to serve on that board, and it took a while to find someone who was ready, willing, and able to do that. So that person has been identified and recruited, and there's, I think, 5-member board, maybe more, 7. And so I would say the Warming Centers is just one of many elements that they're trying to coordinate on. And that's the whole reason we're working, that we established the joint office, is to have greater level of coordination. So we're making the best use of our city resources, our federal resources, our county resources, also our incredible faith-based volunteer and philanthropic resources, because we want to take full advantage of opportunities. But I do know, speaking to social workers, street outreach social workers and others, like 1 or 2 contacts during a week in a warming center is certainly better than none, but it sometimes can take a long, months if not years to establish that trust and get people to accept supports for treatment and housing. So it's complicated, but I'm really really pleased with Erin Mead's leadership and management and ability to work with disparate groups and entities in a very collaborative, united way. And so she's the right person to be leading this work. And I'm really also glad that the county is joining the city in this work, because that's a new and welcome set of partnerships. So it's good, but it's a work in progress for sure.
Absolutely. The coordination, I think, is great. Having the county on board, I think, is great. And then this relationship building and taking advantage of these opportunities, also fantastic. So just appreciate it. Thank you.
It was hard though. I know visited some of the warming centers. I was able to spend a chunk of time at all of them, but particularly at the one at the Salvation Army. And even on a really, really cold night, there were people who would come in. They would come in and have some food, but then go right back out to stay outside even in the cold. And so when people, those are sort of significant barriers, and it's for every individual probably has their own unique reasons why they're willing or unwilling to go in. But it's definitely challenging, and as you well know, we definitely need more mental health services in Knoxville. So these are things that you and others have been pressing on, and I'm with you 100% of the way. So Erin Mead is not going to the joint office is not going to solve the mental health crisis, but it can help coordinate and alleviate some of the suffering that people are experiencing. Yeah.
One last thought. I would normally tell you about our federal funding. We have not received our award letter for Community Development Block Grant Home Emergency Solutions Grant. We are estimating that it will have a 2% cut just based on history. Basically, reduces by 2% every year. So in our budgeting, we use that more.
And that's happening to communities across the country. They just won't fund HUD as much as they used to.
Yeah, that's a Congress deal. And, yeah, so we've done a lot with very little.
Yeah, I agree, and it's really too bad that they keep funding this. It's very penny-wise, pound-foolish. One other thing that I think will be interesting in this, again, that the city only touches it a little bit, but the opioid settlement dollars, to the extent that they affect everything, and people experiencing homelessness and housing instability, and you get addicted to drugs, and then it messes up your whole life. It can. Anyhow, I mean, the county has millions of dollars that they're distributing. We have a couple $100,000. So that doesn't directly get people into housing, but it can, through these grantees that the county's gonna be funding. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing some help on people experiencing the effects of the opioid epidemic, getting some help because, it's hitting Knoxville harder than almost any other part of the country, much less the state. So let's just stay in touch with our county partners on how they're deploying those funds because, that should help people inside the Knoxville part of Knox County.
Do you want to say anything?
Is there any chance that the HUD funding is gonna, it's just, it doesn't matter who's president, the HUD funding just keeps going down?
So from my understanding, Congress gives an amount, and then there's a formula that
Doesn't favor Tennessee.
is based on our population and poverty and budget, like you said, that Linda understands better than I do. And then that spits us out an amount that here's DJ. It's,
Yeah. Well, I hope that will reverse at some point in time.
Well, as the population goes up in other cities too, then there's more possible grantees that can get the funding. There's a few that drop off every year. There's new ones every year, so.
They need to increase the size of the pie, not just, that's
In the formula.
the formula, yeah, but I'm not gonna hold my breath on that.
And we hope to draw some attention to that during community development, National Community Development Week this year. It's a week of April 1. And so we're looking at ways in which we can just elevate the interest in community development block grants and other grants.
All right,
thank you.
thank you so much, thank you, Ben, thank you for those, and this is you've been here a year, a little over a year, so happy anniversary, we're glad to have you. Yeah, okay. Wonderful, thank you so much, you got a lot done. All right, we have I'm gonna take a little break before we start with planning. All right, we are on schedule. So, thank you for being here, and good morning. Good morning. Thank you for all you guys are doing and continue to do. I know between dashboards and middle housing and just the pace of things needing reviewed and investment in our city, and you guys have been busy, and I appreciate all the work you're doing on behalf of the city, and I'm looking forward to hearing your budget requests. Yeah, let's do some introductions. Yeah, I think so, but
I'm Amy Brooks.
who are you?
And this is Carrie Kagula, Conservation Services Manager, and then Allie Ketchum is our Communications
Good to see you.
A good contingent of Highland Home in this room. Right.
Yeah.
Allie, Lisa Brooks.
You want us to walk through what our requests are?
Yeah, that seems like a good plan.
So our first request is an increase in our annual allocation. And Mayor, as you just pointed out, we've been busy, facilitated a lot of different requests from the city, and we think that in order to continue to fulfill our annual obligations and still meet the needs of city departments and other work program requests, we additional staff as necessary. Over the last 2 years, our responsibilities have increased fairly significantly. And if you look at our current work program and our proposed work program, they exceed our capacity.
Mayor, this is real similar to what Grant has done with Peter and the team, where there's just more volume, we need more people to review documents, and there's more demand on resources, so it's in line with engineering, development services, engineering, so.
So we're asking for
2.5.
2.5, and that those staff would be devoted to city specific.
Did the county get a similar request, or is there same?
They got a similar request. It's actually more than what we're requesting from the city. We have about 25 additional work program items that will be added on the county side if the Advanced Knox comprehensive plan.
Understood.
Work is increasing across the
So that would be for obviously staffing, but also because Advanced Knox, now you gotta actually get the zoning part of that, and that's gonna require some pretty significant contracts.
design part. I mean, there's a whole host of additional implementation items.
additional planning analysis. So we have two one-time requests. The first one is a comprehensive plan, requesting approximately $650,000 that can be divided over 2 fiscal years. And why we think that's important now, I know you all have heard us talk about this for a number of years now, but we need to update. The city's part of the plan is that it's predated, so we're working with a 20-year general plan. All of our sector plans and corridor plans are at least 10 years old at this point. And I think what we're seeing is a bit of misalignment between what our plan's saying and what we have from current codes. We've updated the city's zoning ordinance, we see the mismatch there, so.
I mean, we almost did a little bit opposite of what the county did. We came in and tackled zoning and REPA, and now we'll go back and fix the underpinnings of a lot of that. The county actually did that first, and then it's gonna do it. So, and this is what that would help us do. It would take a couple of years to do.
Yeah, would you say, this will be as complicated and time consuming as RECO?
It won't be as complicated.
Because it's not
It's not
zoning,
code,
it's
yes.
not a code. So what does this example of, like, a mismatch right now? Because, it's just a big picture thing,
So,
I don't even know specific.
For instance, we were just talking about corridors. Along our corridors, a lot of our plans talk about overlays and they talk about 4 districts, but there's not a lot of guidance on actually what that should look like. So our plans are calling for a type of code that we don't currently operate under. And so it doesn't really provide a lot of guidance to our staff when reviewing developments, nor does it to our partners such as Peter and his team. So that's a mismatch in this expectation that you're going to have a certain type of form based on these plans, it's really not reality. The code is developed.
It's slowing development too, right? I mean, people end up having to come in, they may have the zoning they need, but then they're gonna come back and kind of update all these older documents to reflect really what they should be able to do. Is that a bit of it?
That's correct. So when I looked at the plan amendments for just for example, for the city versus the county, we're processing more plan amendments on the city side than on the county side, which surprised me because I just think development.
So people, the things that the people in this city want to have happen and the zone allows, the plan doesn't allow, so they're basically doing a plan amendment
To allow it.
just on a particular property?
Yes.
Happens a lot.
It happens on our agenda, you see these succession items.
Where it's like
succession.
1-year plan, sector plan, 3 votes for 1 change, and it's all property, but basically we're doing spot plan amendments instead, and instead of doing spot plan amendments, we should revisit and update our whole comprehensive plan. Okay. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. 650,000
And
is
that's,
for the community engagement, analysis, which will take a year or 2,
I think it would take 2 years.
Yeah, I think it's one of these when we look at one of your strategic items about a foundation for the next administration. I think this is one of those items. I think we've got to figure out in our work plan and Amy's work plan and the team, does it make sense to start at number 5 or 26? It's something I think we really have got to do if we want to make development better. I'm not sure when it lands with the ability and some other projects we're looking at, but we all know it needs to happen.
One thing to think about in terms of leveraging resources is, since we just finished this advanced science process, a lot of data was collected related to physical impact, demographic data. We produced a state of the county report, and it looks at the county as a whole. It's really hard to pull out that just an unincorporated area. So we have a lot of data that's current right now.
So we could piggyback on that, we don't have to start from scratch.
Yeah, and also,
How much was Advanced Knowledge, that contract with the vendor and obviously your team? How much was that?
it was over $1 million.
It was expensive, yeah, it was big.
It was expensive, and we were able to, because they brought transportation into it, which is something that you all might want to consider, we were able to leverage some TPO dollars.
Does this number reflect hopefully leveraging TPO?
It does not reflect leveraging TPO.
Okay.
Well, it will go up if you include the transportation piece of it, but you all have already done a lot of transportation planning work, and so I don't think it would be as expensive as it was for the county.
Okay.
Okay, and then, Next item is this Spear Creek plan book. We've talked about this on the different pages, but really it's like a Sears catalog of housing options, pre-approved building types per the zoning ordinance. We're really focused on middle housing and then infill housing as well. It would provide plans that, high quality, they're architecturally,
We're talking about site plans or building
built
plans.
Yeah, the middle housing, it's almost like grab one off the shelf and it'll work here, instead of having, it's a way to help make that more cost effective.
One of the reasons that this was particularly important is middle housing is predominantly going to, for the most part, not going to be of interest to your super large developers, right? It's going to be your smaller developers. And the barriers are time and money. And that's what this prevents. This expedites, oh, here's a plan, and I don't have to pay the full price to be able to use, to have an architect develop it, and to take the time for the architect to follow it. So
And then you wouldn't need an architect at all?
it depends a little bit on the site. Everything is going to be site specific,
Right.
but not necessarily no, you would have architectural plans that you could move forward with
So this could really
to
help
expedite.
small scale developers do a duplex on a vacant lot in a TDR.
Make it easier.
And just say, and it would take maybe 2 months to get through all the approvals rather than.
But let's not commit to the time.
No, okay.
But I do think, this was in the architectural board, it's an item we want to have available. Other cities have done it, it's really helpful.
And it provides a level of expectation for community on the
Yeah.
city side too.
And then eventually they'll be like, oh, we love that, and then they'll say, yeah. Okay.
For the pattern book, is that something UT can help with?
Potentially. And we're not all
Be
of
a
our
great resource.
We absolutely plan to pull on relationships that we have to, because honestly, this is not enough to fully pay 100% to build out all the types of plans that we would like to have. So this is trying to leverage relationships and folks who are already doing the work.
There are also some private developers smaller developers that want to build projects that we can use as a pilot, some example model project.
Absolutely.
Leverage some help there.
Okay. All right, well, these are, good things. Thanks for presenting them. Does anybody have any other questions?
I just wondered what that Sears catalog was. The young folks.
Yeah. What is a Sears catalog? I know your voice.
Boys, even I remember this.
I remember
That's what, that was,
Well, it's exciting times in our city, and you guys are busy because of all the cool stuff that's happening, and appreciate having Trinity like data and expertise, and we have some skill sets that obviously are outside. That's why we have not so much plan. So anyway, thank you, and thanks for the request. We'll see how things unfold. Yeah.
Hey, while they're here, I just want to say huge props to this team, Terry, for massive amounts of support that they have provided to Kevin and his team with data for the housing plan. I just want to just say that that was a heavy lift that they did not just did. They just made it happen.
Thank you.
It's been really an important part of how we got to the conclusions that we come to. So thanks for that.
The data, a picture, a chart, a map, that, is worth like more than 1,000 words. It's really helpful.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, and our group, we enjoy working. That's right in our bones. It's type of work our GIS folks like to do, mapping and analytics. Myself and Aubrey, our researcher, do data work. That's what we do. We enjoy doing it, and we're proud to serve the city in that capacity.
Thank you. Good products. Thank you. You have a meeting on planning commission.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you? Good. Good to see you both. I think now, if it's okay with you, we'll just go ahead and get started, even though we're a few minutes early. So how are things in the HR department? I know who you are, but just for the sake of perfunctories. Why don't you give us an introduction?
Good morning, Mayor. My name is Dr. Kelly Drummond, and I'm the head of the Human Resource Department. And with me is Michelle Black, and she's our administrative manager, and she oversees the day-to-day operations of the Human Resource Department. Okay. So as we're coming to talk with you today, I just want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for your support of the Human Resource Department. You have been just so supportive of us through the years, and City Council has as well. HR is really there to be a support system for the city of Knoxville. And I consider us more than customer service, but work from a servant leadership standpoint. And we see ourselves as business partners with each of the departments. As such, we want to provide direct services for each specific department. We have 5 generalists on staff that work with the departments. And as part of that, they are responsible for ensuring that we have new hire orientation. We make sure all of those processes are done. We also assist with any grievance procedures. We update all of the administrative rules, performance appraisal, unemployment, all of the training and development, classifications, and compensation. So when you think about HR from that standpoint, you think about all of those aspects that deal with employee relations. But today, I want to talk about some additional new initiatives that has been added to us. And that includes internships and making sure that the city of Knoxville has a full internship program to increase the idea of in having employees to come into the city of Knoxville through an undergraduate or graduate level and stay long-term. In addition, the city of Knoxville has asked us, the Human Resource Department, to serve as a clearinghouse under Title VI and Title VII services. Because of that, we want to ensure that we are doing more employee engagement. We want to increase some of the activities with performance management to ensure that that is appropriate. We are, as the clearinghouse, we provide compliance and re-engagement through the Internal Equity Committee. And we want to make sure that we are providing all of the services to the city of Knoxville. So as a result of that, that's why we're coming to you today to ask for 3 new opportunities. Okay. The first one is the Internal Equity Consultant. And this is part of an initiative that we'd like to do with LaKenya Middlebrook and her department to look at our internal equities. One of the things that we had done in previous years through Title VI was we had an internal equity committee. But the Internal Equity Committee has kind of fallen by the wayside. So one of the first things that we would like to do is reinvigorate that. In order to do that, we would like to partner with LaKenya Middlebrook and her department to look at the internal equity framework and ask for additional dollars to pay a consultant that would work with us to do some partnerships, talk with staff, and from that standpoint. The second thing that we're asking for is a deputy director.
Let's go back to
Yes, ma'am.
internal equity. I mean, obviously, equity is one of our core values, so
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
very much supported. The consultant would be someone outside the city.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. It would be someone that we would work with. This is not enough money to provide this, so we would use a partnership and we would take those resources, ask them to help us to re-energize the Internal Equity Committee to look at what types of activities we need to do, any types of surveys we need to do as part of compliance with Title VI. So that's what would use these resources for. And again, it would just be a small portion of the department's budget that would be used for a consultant.
Okay. I'm ready for the next one.
Yes, ma'am. The second one is for a deputy director in the Human Resource Department. I've been with the department now for 3 years, and I'm so thankful that we have an administrative manager with our department. However, we are in need as our department is growing, and as we've taken on the additional tasks of Title VI and Title VII. One of the things that I think is going to be vitally important is to have someone in the department that will be able to serve additionally as the person to oversee the department, but also to assist with Title VI, Title VII, that can help with any type of compliance issues, training issues, and also any type of investigations. So I see this person being a strategic person within the department. Most departments have a deputy director, but I see our deputy director as a full person to really offset some of that information, to also work with FLSA, to be there, and that's dealing with making sure that we are all in compliance with our salaries, to make sure that we're in compliance with all of our compensation. So that person will be responsible for that as well.
Just obviously we maintain our compliance with Title VI, Title VII, and all laws, Fair Labor Standards Act. The assignment of this work has shifted to HR, so to the extent that it was being performed by other entities within community safety and empowerment, law, civil service, I'm wondering about the transfer of those, positions or resources rather than new. But I'm not sure I understand the complexity of that. I know at one time, there was a Title VI part-time person, part-time, part of their job was within community empowerment. It was Joshua Hunley, it was Tasha Harris, it was, I guess, I don't know, maybe at some point Charles Lomax was the designated person. So that's shifted, and I think that was a positive move. We've been following the best practices of our outside consultant, and so just trying to think through the shifting of the resources rather than creating a new role.
Currently, I am taking on all of those responsibilities, and I am in the process right now doing the Title VI report for the 2023 year, and I am dealing with also any compliance issues. But one of the things that I think is important, we have been always in compliance, but one of the things that I would like to see the city is beef up some of our initiatives and some of our efforts. We have done the things that are required for us by law, and we have done a great job. We are working with all of our partners, and I maintain all of those things. But what I would like to see the city to become and to grow in this area is to do a lot more opportunities, to build that avenue from internal equity. The Internal Equity Committee was under the person that was doing Title VI as well. So that's something that I'm going to be working with McKinney Middlebrooks, Deputy Director, in that regard as well. But as we look at this, I think this would be a great opportunity to not only meet, but to excel. And I think this would be a great opportunity. As HR is taking on a lot more responsibilities, and we're building and we're thinking about how do we ensure that we're an employer, an employer of choice. It is critical that we ensure that we have right people on staff, and that's why I'm asking for this position. The third opportunity that I'm asking for is a new position, and it would be an internship coordinator. And let me tell you why I think this is an opportunity. Right now, we have a talent acquisition person that we hired that is actually part of our HR generalist. So we've created a role within a role, and now we've given this person a role within a role within a role. And so our individual right now does talent acquisition, and no other time in the city have we had somebody that is completely dedicated to going to job fairs, to really truly promoting the city throughout the Southeast and across the country. As part of that, what we found is that an internship program would be a great opportunity to invest in the city. If we could have individuals who are undergraduate and graduates who are coming in for internships, and we give them the best opportunity, they're more likely to stay within the city of Knoxville and see the city as an opportunity for employment, long-term employment. So this position would be dedicated to doing that, not only supporting summer in the city, but working with engineering, working with all of the departments and creating real internships that really promote the city as an avenue of employment post-college. And so this coordinator would be that person. Right now, it is a third or fourth, actually a fourth of this person's job. And we believe that to make this true and to build this and be supportive of the city, this position would be necessary.
Yeah, the whole shift in the labor market, has made talent acquisition and retention big challenge for every employer. So we really had to pivot. It used to be we could just passively wait for people to come to us, and now that's not possible anymore. So, okay, well, these are definitely valid needs, and I'm sure that we would benefit from having these positions. We'll have to see how the budget shakes out. But appreciate the proposals and appreciate HR's, 3 years ago, when I took office, there was no HR department, so we've come a long way, and I hear a lot of positive feedback. I mean, I just think I'm really grateful that we have an HR department. It's been transformational, but obviously there's more work to do to keep moving forward. As I like the way you said it was, HR serves as like a internal business partner to help all of our departments attract and maintain and be equitable towards our employees. So, good job. And we'll definitely give these as much consideration as we can, given just seeing how the budget constraints go.
We appreciate your support, your administration's support of what we do. We say thank you. As we look at this, we are building. HR now has a training coordinator that we didn't have until we came through this process years ago. And we are able to do quarterly supervisory trainings, but now we're actually building up to do more. We're going to be doing lunch and learns. We're going to reach out to all of the departments and to be able to do training directed at those departments. That would not have been done if it had not been for you and your support. And so as we look at these positions, I want to encourage you to think about what it can be. And as we look at this strategically, I want to say thank you for your support.
Absolutely. Any other questions for Dr. Drummond or Michelle?
I got one comment. We work with HR and IT, probably more than we do any other department. Kelly, Michelle, your staff is just phenomenal. On a daily basis, she's rabbits down holes, really looking at details, they're always responsive,
Yeah, especially during budget.
Happy customers.
That's what we need.
Well, it's been really nice to have professional staff to handle a lot. Compensation is really complicated and have kind of ongoing support for that. I know Dr. Drummond's working on some things right now. Just is really helpful. Each year we can kind of try to keep up instead of having these massive swings that we get. It's good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, I was going to say that Dr. Drummond and Michelle Black have both been instrumentally helpful in the previous role that I had and really helped negotiate and manage a lot of things that we needed to. So thank you both for putting up with me.
We miss you.
Really do appreciate it. And I just, we heard from the engineering about the internship, kind of a precursor to that, and this idea I think is wonderful because the public sector is never going to go compete with the private sector. You and I have talked about this when it comes to certain elements of employment like pay, but there are opportunities I think with internships to bring people in, show them a culture that they can grow up in and see advancement opportunities in the city. I think it's just a tremendous idea, so thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you so much.
We appreciate your support.
And thanks for helping all the departments with their personal budget requests too. I always ask them if they talk to you.
Yes.
Because everybody wants more people,
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're a little ahead of schedule, but let's go. I'm ready to go if you guys are. Thank you for being here early. You want to take a minute, or do you want to go ahead and get started?
Whatever you prefer.
Let's let's rock and roll. Let's keep it going. We've got a good momentum. And you can have, I don't think we have room for every member. But if some of you want to come sit at the table so that Kenny is not here all by herself, please join us. And if you'd introduce everybody too, that'd be great. You have some new faces since last budget cycle, and people in new positions as well. So, come on up, Emily. Come on. No, that's okay. You should. All the essential people are here. No, I'm just kidding, don't tell myself. He's essential, but he should have
You want us to try back then?
yeah. He's essential, but also a quick study.
Hour 2 minutes past 7. Awesome. Well, first and foremost, thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to share a little bit about the work of OCSC, where we're looking up for the future and for making advance for considering some of our requests for calendar or fiscal year 24-25. And I will apologize in advance. I'm battling a little bit of a cold. And I forgot to take my medicine this morning, so if I break out into a coughing fit, that's just it. But hopefully it'll be okay. But I did want to take a few minutes to introduce some of our staff who are here. As you can see, we are a very solid and supportive team, and you can tell by their presence here, and a few more can make sure to go in as they come in. But we have Tiffany Davidson, who is our Deputy Director for OCSC, Emily Norris, who is our Youth Engagement Coordinator, STARS, who is our Community Safety Programs and Partnerships Coordinator, Debbie Sharp, who is our Office of Neighborhood Engagement Coordinator, Jared Kroon, our Park Executive Director, and Josie Russell, our Community Manager. And not with us just yet.
We have an intern.
Oh, and our lovely intern, tell me your name. I haven't had a chance to meet yet. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
My name is Louise.
Louise.
Nice to meet you. And you're working with which park? With Park.
Yes.
Yes, and then we also have, who's not with us today, Haley Howard, who's our Assistant Neighborhood Coordinator, and Shanette Riley, who is our part-time events planner and admin person for the Office of Neighborhoods, Tiffany Toombs, who is our grants manager and works directly with the African American Restoration Task Force, and Sam Reddick, who is our administrative manager. And of our team of 11, 5 of them are new to our department within the past 6 months or so, 6 to 8 months. And so we are an ever-evolving team. But one of the things that I think is great, and I always appreciate the opportunity to recognize, is how supportive this team is of each other and the work of other departments in our city, which is reflected in some of the things that I'll talk about and some of our asks. And so I always like to publicly thank them for their support.
And I just also appreciate both you and Jared and maybe others have been very present at various KPD events recently, so I appreciate that. People notice, I notice that police department notices, and you all work very closely in partnership with law enforcement, and so appreciate it.
A theme I think for our organization, for our office, is to try to be a good partner. And whether that's a good partner to other city departments and our colleagues and the work that they are doing, getting that information out to the public, but then also being a good partner to our community folks, whether they're neighborhood associations, organizations, our task force and committee members, making sure that we're a good partner. So our focus is really on providing access to information and to resources to equip and empower individuals and organizations to create safe, healthy, thriving communities here in Knoxville. And we do that in a lot of different ways, and I'll try to run through it as fast as I possibly can so that we can get to some of our asks. I think it's important because it helps frame why we're making some of the requests that we're making. So I'll start by talking a little bit about the Empower Knox initiative, which facilitates our youth council, which is made up of 15 young people, high school students from across our community. They meet monthly to discuss a range of topics that are important to you and really give us the opportunity to infuse youth voices in the work of the city and in the work of partner agencies that we work with. They also very recently hosted their second youth summit, which was a huge success, which they, in partnership with Ms. Norris, take the lead on planning, coordinating, and facilitating. And it's a really awesome event to be able to see our young people really feel empowered in that way, and that's the goal, to equip and empower them for civic participation. Emily also coordinates our roundtable, our Empower Knox roundtable, which serves youth serving organizations and really helps to coordinate and provide resources. You just heard Dr. Drummond talking about the importance of internships. And Ms. Norris also helps to, well, not helps to, but leads facilitation of, in partnership with the Human Resources Department and so many of the departments in our city. Our Summer in the City program, and for this past summer, we had 21 interns placed across departments, and those are high school to college age students that we really give them an opportunity to see what the city does and build strong relationships that we hope can propel them into the future, and hopefully some of them come back later in their careers to work at the city of Knoxville. We also, this year, the Empower Knox initiative had the opportunity to be selected as a city to participate in the Re-Engaging Opportunity Youth Cohort through the National League of Cities, and is working with other community partners in our area to participate in the Early Learning Nation Capacity Building Initiative. So many words. Also through the National League of Cities. You will find a recurring theme is that a lot of things that we participate in have a lot of words attached to them, and so we use a lot of acronyms. But I think one of the things that was also really important for us was to think about how we are supporting and focusing the work of the city and the support that we're able to give community-based organizations. And so we took a lot of time, and Ms. Norris really spent a lot of hours thinking through and talking to organizations to revision our empowerment grant process. So in the past, that process has really been a great resource to our community, but it was just kind of an open process that didn't really have a lot of clear parameters around it, but was a great opportunity for us to provide and use some support into community-based organizations. This year, we have revisioned that to really give some focus around serving a particular population, 12 to 24-year-olds, who could use some additional support to shore up their resilience, and asking organizations to think about how they can support that through the arts, through STEM, and through recreation, and gave them a little greater opportunity for funding with a little more clear parameters. And so this year we were able to fund 10 organizations at amounts ranging from $3,000 to $8,000 through this revision process. But still reserving some funding for that gap funding for organizations who may realize, oh, we've got this event coming up and, we need slide bags. They can still apply through a gap funding process for that as they have been able to in the past. We're really excited for 24-25 in an effort to continue thinking about how we can engage, especially young people, and it feeds directly into the conversation that we were just having with Dr. Drummond around internships, to launch our Emerging Leaders Council, which will focus on 18 to 24-year-olds, focusing really on civic engagement and education, and thinking about how we can bridge the gaps between young people in our community who may be out of school but not quite yet into their careers, creating pathways for engaging them and retaining young adult talent in our community. So we're very excited about that. The Office of Neighborhoods continues to support neighborhoods and launching and reestablishing and or reorganizing neighborhood associations. They do a great job of facilitating our Neighborhood Advisory Council, which is a great resource for providing insight and concerns from neighborhood leaders, and also creates an opportunity and a clear pathway for us to share information as a city about, and get feedback about some of the programs and initiatives that we may have in the pipeline and hear directly from our neighborhood leaders. They spend a lot of time in partnership with the Department of Engineering fire department, and police department on, dare I say, traffic calming, through the neighborhood traffic safety program, and have worked and are continuing to work through supporting literally dozens of neighborhoods through navigating the existing process of getting traffic calming in their neighborhoods, while also stepping back and taking some time to revision that process and make sure that the procedures meet our current need. And so they spend a lot of time working on that, and I cannot thank them enough for the hard work they put in on that. This past year, we also revisioned what had been the neighborhood conference. The neighborhood conference, to split that into two slightly more manageable events. And so we had the Neighborhood Awards Dinner for the first time last spring and the Resource Fair in the summer, and are gearing up for the second Neighborhood Awards Dinner actually tonight. And so they are here while also thinking about getting ready for that event tonight. And then a really exciting thing that we were able to do, in addition to all of the other things that they do, and the small grants and attending neighborhood meetings and attending other departments' community meetings to offer support and to gather information that they can share with neighborhoods, is they relaunched the Building Strong Neighborhood Organizations Leadership Training, which is a great opportunity for individuals within neighborhoods who are interested in organizing and being a better leader in their neighborhood, or building out organization there, to learn what that process looks like and develop relationships. And so we were really excited to relaunch.
It's like a neighborhood leadership academy. We have like a citizens police academy.
Yeah.
I don't know if fire has one, but anyhow.
Yeah.
I was able to join the graduation ceremony. It was, it seemed like people really appreciated it.
So Debbie Sharp spent a lot of time rebuilding that curriculum and launching that program, and so we're really excited to continue that. And it's another opportunity to engage folks and to build their capacity to really have an impact and have an influence in their communities, and provide insight to us on what we can continue to do to support them. Park, as you can see, has a completely new staff from the last time we were here, and they have hit the ground running. For calendar year 2023, the Parks Office reviewed 55 community complaints, 4 anonymous complaints, and 30 OPS cases, which are not sometimes small cases to review. And so they've done a lot of work. They've had to onboard new committee members. They've done a great job with that. We've been really excited that they have begun to implement community office hours. So they're not in this building all the time, right? They're out in the community. They're at KCDC properties. They're at community centers. They're attending events, sharing information about Park, hearing folks' concerns, and really trying to continue to build a profile of the organization, because even though it's been in our community for more than 25 years, it's something that people still need to learn. And so they have really taken on jumping out there, updating our materials, and then continuing to meet regularly with KPD staff and the Office of Professional Standards regarding policies and procedures and how we can ensure that those best represent how we want to serve our community. We're almost done. The African American Equity Restoration Task Force.
Again, a lot of words.
So many words, which again, I call it the art. No one seems to be jumping on board with that. Feel free, because it's AAERT.
You don't do the F, it's a task force.
I just say, the art, it gets weird. But anyway, I digress. We'll just do the best we can with the art.
Okay.
But the art, so our city staff continue to serve them and facilitate their work. This year we were able to coordinate and facilitate a convening of a site visit for the National Southern Cities for Economic Inclusion cohort, which was really, really successful. And NLC actually said that it was one of the best of the city site visits that they have participated in. One of the things I think that was most exciting for some of us was that the staff helped to support the task force in developing a framework for achieving their identified goals, and really give some vision to how work is being implemented and how we are pursuing funding opportunities. And so we just continue to engage the committee around being more engaged in the community and finding opportunities to learn what resources are out there and about how we can build partnerships. And then, of course, with community safety, we've done a lot of work. We launched Project TLC, which was named by Mayor, and really began the process of engaging in one of our most affected areas, doing some community engagement activities, getting out, knocking doors, talking to folks, having events in coordination with some of the efforts that the Knoxville Police Department is implementing to try to keep those communities safe. We continue to support our street outreach partners through not only funding their work, but providing technical assistance and support and training and building better coordination across other service providers. We're going to continue our partnership with Violence Reduction Center and have established a partnership and relationship for technical assistance with the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, which we just call NICJR.
Not Nick.
Not Nick. Yeah, some people call it Nick Jr. The staff tend to cringe when you say that. So we hired our programs and partnerships coordinator who's continued to provide technical assistance and support to some of our community partners, and is really working to establish a network of service providers to meet the needs of very high-risk folks in our community. We have been very excited to provide some training opportunities for community partners, working with Community Mediation Center to do some training for our faith-based leaders, providing training for supports through NICJR for our street outreach violence interruption partners, and we were able a few weeks ago to take a group of city staff and community folks out to Oakland to do a site visit and really see how all of these pieces work together and give some of them an opportunity to see some of the pieces of the work that they otherwise would not get together. I had the great opportunity of co-presenting with the Violence Reduction Center in the city of Boston at the Giffords Community Violence Intervention Conference back in the spring. We attended the National Offices of Violence Prevention Network convening in New Orleans, and in a few weeks, we will be attending the Office of Justice Programs Community Violence Intervention Conference in Chicago. And this is really exciting because I've been asked to co-present at that conference with some other OVPs, but we are especially excited because we will be attending as grantees. And so we've been able to, I think, really leverage the investment that our community has made, not only through our monetary resources, but also through our planning, our facilitation of building out a network to get the attention of our federal government and make them feel comfortable investing in our community to do this work. And so we're really excited about that opportunity. But I think what we are most excited about, especially on the community safety side, is that for 2023 in our community, our homicide rate is down more than 35%, and that's the entire purpose of this work. All the work that we do is to keep our community safe. So as you can see, I think we punch above our weight, and we have a lot of work that we do as a department in many different areas. Much of it is very much community facing, and it's really focused on really trying to, again, equip and empower our community, whether it's neighborhood organizations, individuals, community-based organizations, to be able to do the important work of creating thriving communities. And so it's our goal in 2024, 2025, to do that even more robustly. And I think that is hopefully reflected in some of our requests for the coming fiscal year. So one of the things that we especially want to do, I mentioned that we have revisioned the empowerment grant process, is to shore that up, especially now that we have some additional focus around it, and really give us an opportunity to serve organizations in a more robust way. These are organizations that are working with our young people in really focused ways, especially that middle school into high school and early adulthood age range, which are organizations that's an age range that tends to kind of fall off, right? We get a lot of services for, and you see a lot of engagement for elementary school age kids, but it gets a little more challenging as they get to middle school and high school to have services that are really meaningful for them. And so where we have organizations that are doing that work, that are keeping these young people engaged, that are helping to address risk factors and elevate protective factors that will help them to hopefully avoid not only violent behavior, but also suicide reduction and better preparing them to enter the workforce and avoid poverty. It's really important for us that we continue to shore up that work. So as we continue to build focus around that, we want to support the organizations who are doing that in a really meaningful way.
Okay, so you're asking to increase that budget by 40?
Yeah, and so that would take, we currently fund that particular grant, I think at $85,000, and so that would bring it to $125,000. And of course, we still want to reserve a small amount of that as we've done this year for gap funding for kind of smaller projects, and that is usually at less than $1,000 or right around $1,000. It's pretty small funding, but to be able to provide some slightly larger grants or to be able to grant more organizations if they apply. We got some really great applicants this year, and we had to make some really tough decisions about who's funded, and that's always the case, right? But as we think about continuing to ask them to produce more outcomes, we want to make sure that we are providing resources that help move the goals forward.
Okay. Yeah, congrats on reviewing and refining the grant process. I know that's kind of the undertaking, and so
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something, in all of our processes and all of our grant making processes, whether it's through Power Knox or community safety, office and neighborhoods, that's something that we are committed to is continually evaluating the effectiveness of the process, continuing to evaluate what our focus areas are to make sure that they are reflective of our priorities in the city. Our next request is around meeting expenses. I talked some about Project TLC, and this is the only one I think that would actually sit in the violence reduction special fund that we have for violence reduction work. But especially as we talked about Project TLC and wanting to really infuse more focus into some of our high-risk areas, and I know that we are looking at, in partnership with KPD, bringing another 1 to 2 high-priority areas online in 2024, 2025, making sure that we have the resources for some of the events that we want to host, or some of the partnership and coordination meetings that STAR's office is putting together for our service providers, meeting some of the needs that may come, logistical needs that may come with hosting some of the
And
trainings.
the federal grant, I mean, that was $2 million over 3 years.
Right, and so in the federal grant that we, in the scope that we presented, most of those resources are applied to serve, like actual service provision. So
so hiring
street outreach or to hiring technical assistants and trainers to help those programs, or mental health supports and other direct services that we don't necessarily as a city provide, but could provide through grants or service contracts, opportunities for some of our partner agencies to provide there. So that's what most of those resources are targeted.
Okay.
And then we are asking for additional funding to support the Martin Luther King Jr. Commemoration Commission. This year, I think all of us recall that it was a really wonderful celebration of our friend Mr. Tank Strickland and all the hard work that he has put into that event. I think this event is very special for a lot of us. And it was a great celebration for our community that has been a staple for our community for over 4 decades now. For a long time, maybe still, that we had one of the largest celebrations in the Southeast for King, which is phenomenal, and I think it's something that we should all be proud of. They provide, it's more than just the luncheon and the MLK Day. It's a week's worth of activities, and now they even spread that out to doing some activities in March with in-service for educators, and in June, moving the parade to June. And so it really is a continual celebration, and most of those events and activities are free for the public. The only thing that is ticketed is the luncheon. As we know, costs for everything have skyrocketed, and as the event continues to grow, they're having to revisit some of their space needs and other things. And so it is, something that I think as a city is important for us to support, because it is a stable event and a stable celebration for our community, and it's reflective of the type of community that we want to have. And so we would ask that we consider increasing our support, and that would bring us to $10,000 in support for the MFA Commission. We are also asking for additional funding for registration, and this includes registration not only for conferences and things like that. As you see, we're a growing team, and it's really important for us to be able to attend conferences and convenings that really help us understand how to do work better and learn best practices, but also gives us an opportunity to highlight the work that we're doing here as a city and show folks the great work that's happening in Knoxville. But the bulk of that registration funding is actually money that goes out into community to support community events. Some of y'all have been able to attend some of the great events that we have in our community where the city has a table and we go and support. And it's really a low barrier way for us as a community to show support and view support into some of our community organizations that are really doing great work. We are seeing an increased number of requests that are, really good requests, and we have to make hard decisions sometimes. And again, for our partners who are doing this work, the costs have gone up, and so a lot of times we see the registration or sponsorship requests also go up because their costs have gone up. And so we want to be able to meet those needs. And then we have a few in there around travel, lodging, and then also meals and incidentals. And that's again related to our attendance of more conferences and convenings that are important to us understanding how to do our work and how to best practice. Again, travel costs are through the roof right now, and costs have increased, and with more staff and more opportunities, and our participation in more cohorts and national.
So we have one for lodging and one for
lodging and one for meals and incidentals.
Okay.
And then our advice request is related to personnel. As you have heard and hopefully see on a regular basis, we do a lot of what I think is really great work in our community, and a lot of it is very public facing. It requires us to both be in the building and accessible to members of the public and to our other departments and city colleagues, but it also requires us to be out in community, right? To be engaging in meetings, and a lot of times those meetings are after hours, and it can be very taxing on our staff. And so one of the things that we are asking is we currently have a part-time administrative person and event planner in the Office of Neighborhoods. We would like to elevate that position to full-time administrative manager to help support not only the administrative needs of our department, and to help support the Office of Neighborhoods, PART, Power Knox, and some of the administrative needs, but also having additional capacity to be able to do some of the work that we're doing in the community, to be able to support the Building Strong Neighborhoods organization training, the work of the Neighborhood Advisory Council, which the part-time person already does to some extent, well, not to some extent, does thoroughly with the Office of Neighborhoods, but it really will give us greater capacity to be where we need to be when we need to be there, and to make sure that we're meeting the needs without burning out staff who are trying to do all of the administrative things and also be in all of the spaces that they're supposed to be, sometimes all at once. It's really challenging sometimes to meet all of those needs. and I think we do a great job. But having this additional support, I think will increase our capacity to really serve the community that we need to serve.
Well, you guys have accomplished a lot, and, you know, you are very public facing, and I think, people appreciate the work that you're doing, and, obviously, particularly pleased with the, saving lives, so, violence reduction efforts and the grant we got, so, thank you for that. I do think that, you know, I wanna make sure that the community and the other city departments know about what you're doing, and also sometimes I think because you're so outward facing and have such good rapport and trust with the community, people come to you when, you know, for all things to do with the city. They're like, hey, we're struggling with this, but maybe it's a school issue, maybe it's a police issue, maybe it's a, so, you know, just I want to make sure that you all know that I don't expect you to provide all services and all things to, you know, the community, but when you are available and accessible and trusted, people are gonna come and say, hey, McKinley, hey, Tiffany, hey, Emily, hey, Starwood, they'll be like, we have this issue, help us with this, and we don't wanna say, no, we can't help you, but I do wanna make sure that, especially since a lot of your team members are relatively new to the city, that you don't take it upon yourselves to do things that we can say, oh, well, this should go to public service or police, because you will burn out.
Yeah.
And like you are small, your department's actually grown quite a bit, relative, like, you know, more, you
Which
know.
we're excited about, thank you.
Yeah, so, I mean, you've added staff and, you know, $1 million and, you know, local and also great federal grants, so I just wanna, give you guys my, cover or whatever, that we, you know, you're doing great work, but sometimes the reward for good work is more work.
Yeah.
And I don't want that to just continue unabated, because,
Place the work.
place the work where it belongs, so
Well,
if it's a housing issue, a KCDC issue, an operations issue, and a good example is, I don't think all of our own departments are aware. For example, I just went out and did a bunch of, you know, tree planting with Casey Krause and his team, and it was right on Parkview Avenue. And they didn't know that is in our Project TOC, so we didn't, you know, it's not anybody's fault. It's not, I'm not saying that's your job to like make sure everybody knows, but we need as a community, as a city, to make sure, you know, we place the work where it belongs, that people know about the Project TLC in a broad way, especially if we're gonna add additional zones, and I don't wanna expand beyond our capacity, because then it's less effective, so, you're doing a great job, and that means that people are gonna be like, okay, we want more of this.
We've been giving your number out in operations. Stop doing that. Yeah, Grant and I are sorry about that.
But yeah, and I think, you know, I think that's, honestly, it makes that point, that's one of the reasons I think that especially, our office and neighborhood staff, and other staff, tend to put a priority on attending meetings, even when it's not our department, right? And being present, not only to support other city staff, but to know what's happening, because somebody from the neighborhood is gonna contact them. And now they can say, hey, you need to talk to so-and-so, or this is the department that will handle that, or, you know, if they're at a meeting and something comes up, they at least have some base level of knowledge to say, well, that's not exactly what was said, but you should also contact, you know, this person. And so really trying to make sure that because we know that folks are gonna come to us, they see us as a point of entry, to make sure that we know how to direct folks out, and aren't spinning our wheels, you know, trying to do the thing that's not our thing. We are very much aware, and talk a lot in our department about understanding our lane, even within our department, right? We do a lot of different things that all support the same goal, but making sure that we're all functioning within our lanes, and not taking on kind of more than we take on. And to your point about, you know, really, we recognize, I think, you know, this team is really committed to their work, they're really committed to community, and one of the things that we are, talked to, I think almost everyone on our team about, and we're really trying to work on. We get so focused on doing the work that sometimes we don't take the time to celebrate the work, right?
Yeah.
And so thinking about how we can be more effective at telling the story of the work that we're doing, which is also a thing that like takes time and energy and hours to collect and do. And so that's something that we are really focusing on, is making sure that we tell the story of the work and not necessarily just kind of get, because it's really easy, I think, for all of us, just the way that we're wired, to get it done, and then it's like, okay, let's do the next thing. But taking that beat to say, this is.
Well, I think some community members are so concerned about violence in our community, or empowerment, or how we training up the next generation of neighborhood leaders, the next generation of people to lead, things like the MLK Commission, empowering youth. I mean, I think people would be really pleased to know all the work that's going on in this arena. Some people know about it, but not everybody. But when I am out in public and talk about the progress that your department's making, they're like, oh, that's amazing. And so I think that's a good initiative to try to celebrate that, both from you all, but also make sure other department cabinet members know about what's going on as well. So, all right. Well, these are good requests. Congratulations on all the progress that's been made. We'll celebrate that today a little bit. A lot has happened, and I think it's important. Winning that grant is a really big deal. So congratulations on that. And we will hope to find out in the next month or so about the Reconnecting Communities grant, which I know the task force marked.
Yes.
Wrote a letter of support for. And so when those grants, when we get feedback, and we can certainly make sure the task force members know about it, and then especially also we were talking earlier about in Magnolia Avenue redevelopment efforts, Burlington Fire, new fire station, all of these things that are happening to empower, particularly parts of town that have been neglected or disinvested in and private sector. Anyhow, we want to make sure people know about that they know what the opportunities are. Also, they know what the city can and can't do. People might be under the impression if we have a Magnolia Avenue redevelopment district that the city's going to establish a bunch of new shops and grocery stores. That's not what it means. So helping people understand what it means, what it doesn't mean, and what those opportunities are. Even things like we were talking about with planning now that we have middle housing. What does that mean to a small developer who might own some properties in the TDR? How can they take advantage of that? So those are all things that other departments do, but you guys can be conduits of information. But don't do it yourself. You've got enough on your plate. And I do think that's one of the biggest challenges, is just to stay focused. I mean, we've seen it on the violence reduction side. People always want to go to the enrichment side, the prevention, which is important, but that's where we support other groups. We have to stay very focused on the people that a lot of people don't want to help because they're already, sometimes been very involved in the crime, and they're not the warm and fuzzy, cute little kids. The people who've done some or been suspected of various crimes. So anyhow, we'll have to work on staying focused and placing the work where it belongs. But thank you for these requests, and we'll see how the budget shakes out. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You guys have any questions?
Good to see the whole team here too. You think about when Mayor Buchanan came into office, and now the whole team. It's really, it's just good to see.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Al.
Yeah, thank you.
Almost.
All right, let's go ahead and get started, Cheryl. Give us, just any overview you want to give, and then just talk about your
Mayor, here today is myself, Director Cheryl Ely, and Deputy Director Aaron Browning, and Angie Davidson is our administrative supervisor. And so she controls our money, so this is important, so it's nice for her. Our requests today, we have a few requests in the operational budget. We are asking for two requests. One is for a weather system, for our poles, and the other one is a contract increase for CAC developed John Soul Connors. The weather system basically allows our pool staff to our apply staff to have a little support as storms roll in. As you all know, we have upwards of about 28,000 people in and out of our pools throughout the summer, and so having that extra assistance instead of somebody saying, hey, I thought I saw a lightning strike and the other person didn't, really having that support to be able to get people in and out of the pool safely, as well as to make sure our staff is getting in and out quickly, get what they need done before the storm hits. So that was one of the requests, and it's really a subscription, so it's an online form or online system, and but it's a $3,000 a year ask on that one, so we put that one in as one of those requests. Okay. The second one is in working with CAC, they house or they lease the John Chill Connors Center from us, doing a lot of our senior programming along with our own senior centers. But over the last, I think the contract, the last time that we could find that contract was updated was 2005. So we have been giving out probably about $138,000 since 2005. What's happened, we've seen across the board is even when COVID came in, is that infrastructure, supplies, and all those items have cost a little bit more. And so what they requested was an additional $62,000 to be able to offset those costs as they are doing the program that they're doing. And if you've ever been in there, they're doing a lot of programming. So they want to be able to continue to do that and work through that contract.
Okay. And it's been the same amount since 2005?
2005.
Probably before, that's as far back as we can get for it, the contract, so. I just have a question.
Sure, of course,
This is a request coming from CAC, or is this from us as the city?
It is a letter, they sent us a letter asking that if we would request that as part of our contract. If we could do an upgrade to the existing contract.
So it's a contract you hold,
We hold that contract.
and you pay.
Yes.
Yeah, we met with Barbara a couple of times, this is one of her items, so she's provided a letter in addition to, so, something to consider.
Okay, so they run the O'Connor Center completely?
Yes.
And we have Larry Cox, what's the, we have
South Coast
South
Community
Coast.
Center, we do the program within that center.
There's senior activities over
Trying to understand that, a lot of that, I mean, if you look at our towers, some of them look at KCBC towers, and you look at our rec centers, there's a long history with, KCBC used to do a lot of that type of programming, and then over time, federal government has not funded as much of that, so it's a pretty interesting history one of these days, what I break down for you, because how we got to where we're at is 70 years of history.
Yeah.
And we partner with them a lot also, so we always support them. I mean, one of our employees, Nathan Neese, is on the board, so we really partner a lot with CAC as it relates to the senior program. And so, I mean, we just held our conference there, our Easter conference was held at Fort Louis one of those days. We've got about a week, so we had to move the next day, but it was good to get new people. I'm like, yes, we can. Well, they got
Yeah.
and we moved it around, but it was good. But yeah, so we do partner a lot, so it's a great program.
I don't have any other questions about that one. Tricia, or anybody have any other questions?
So this, back to that, so this is a duplication, if we go see it somewhere else.
I don't believe it's a
No,
duplication, but it is a request of CAC, the increase in
It's a CAC for a specific location, they also have a different request, they've not gone through Parks and Rec to support some work in one of their towers, not God You Love, but the one off Wills.
Okay.
Northgate.
That's CAC operates over there?
They have a program within.
Yeah, within those, they basically have caseworkers to help keep people housed within those facilities, and over time, so there's several voices that we're gonna have to sit down and just make sure we've got.
That's where we should.
Yeah.
Well, I think this one seems pretty clear because you do the contract every year, so that's.
Okay.
Our next two are basically looking at personnel requests because we're doing operation and personnel. This one is for our part-time and full-time, and we've come before you all periodically asking for those part-time and full-time 6 positions that function basically just almost as a full-time position so it's an assistant rec position, and we're wanting to move it to similar to a recreational position. So recreation specialist position. The differences in that is that for assistant position, they aren't getting any comp time. They're already getting pension, they're already getting some sick leave, not as much as a prorated amount, they get prorated holidays. So they're already getting.
They're getting benefits.
They're getting.
Like health insurance?
Yes, ma'am. So the thing of it is they're getting proration of some of the benefits that are allowed, and already on the job. So they're already doing the job, they're already in those positions, we just want to move it to a full-time position. And there's 6 of those positions.
What's the history of why this is only been part-time weeks and then, right? And also, is it work? Is there more work? I mean, there's always more work. Work expands to fill the willing, time.
So they fill a niche inside of our community centers, summer camp. So for our community centers, if anybody's on vacation, someone's out sick, they get moved around to different centers. So they have almost the same responsibilities as a normal recreation specialist. It's just a job type and the benefits. So we move them around. They do the same responsibilities. They have the same oversight of kids. With them, as well as our athletic payroll personnel, we're able to keep our ratios down from 1 person to 10 kids. So having them there is always a benefit. But there is work, there's always work, yes. And again, in our community centers, there's always something that happens.
Turnover's been the biggest challenge.
Every 2 years, we see a turnover. So the turnover is, when they realize they don't get annually, that's our biggest hit, is that they do not get annually.
Were they originally brought on to help with the summer program?
But they've always been brought on to work in our community centers, but
After school
camp, yes. So they actually work with me every day. That is a major job, and then we use them.
What are the hours of the after-school programs?
Usually we start them at about 12, and they may go until we finish at about 5:45, 6. Some of them may come in kind of in between and work some at night and get some additional.
So they come in at noon, but the kids don't come in until after school.
And so some of them, like I said, some of them will come in at noon because they may help with some other program that we have, and then they'll move into that school program. So they're not just specifically for after school, we use them for our programming. So we've had people that Dean Hill had sale, and we have another meeting, so they may go and make sure that people get in to get sale and start up and have a person. So we do that periodically.
Is there like an open FT right now that maybe as you reorganize some, you could eliminate and make these 2 people full-time? Have you thought about trying to look at your current organization and how you could do that?
We've looked at a little bit. One of the things I realized is that what I wanted to do was truly look at that master plan. So that master plan really gives us the eyes and ears to be able to do what we want to do, to sit down and have an outside look at it, truly make some decisions and see if we have people in the right positions.
We funded the master plan in budget amendments, so it's
that's going to be going out very soon.
RFP will be posted, or RFQ.
Get a team on board and do it.
So that's, I think, part of that, and probably in both of these, is just really figuring out, like, if we want to modify what we do, how we do it, I think.
Well, it might be something that I want to wait and see, like you, what the master plan, suggests as far as how we deploy our personnel and programs, and when that's going out to bid, and then we'll have to, be out to bid for a month, and then we get the responses for the committee to pick one. And then once we have the winning bidder, how long does it typically take
to do the master plan? I always say it's about a year. That's the normal rate for this activity here. I think we're trying to push to see if we can get it faster than that, but really, we always say, anyone that I've seen is about a year.
Okay.
We hope it will be completed before next year's budget.
So that'd be good.
Yeah. Because again, a lot of this, I think these last 2 positions truly could be something that we really ask about and work with and look at it from a
Are you on to the next item?
I'm just saying for both of them, I put out both of them, one of the average payroll increase, and so looking at that from that master plan perspective, I think will give us some ideas of how we move forward with our operations.
Yeah, that's $1 million.
Yes.
Quick question, I'm just gonna go back over the single note. Recreation interim 1 and 2, is that included, the funding that's separate?
I think HR was handling that part of it.
Correct.
Not included.
That's not included,
That's right.
okay.
Where do you see the
It's something separate that's going through HR right now, and I just wanted to know if the funding was here or if this was a different.
Reallocation or, is that what it is?
Correct.
Yeah. To start with, yeah.
Aside from these part-time positions, how's turnover and retention? Do you have a bunch of vacancies or are things
We
pretty?
really don't. We have a vacancy, a young lady found a position back at home and she's going to actually a full-time position, so we lost her, but we're gonna be filling that position. Tim Hester is basically retiring, so we'll have the greenways, for the.
What do you mean basically? Is he?
I mean,
Like
he's,
okay.
I say retired,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, like he's retired.
He is retiring. So he is retiring, and so we have that position that won't happen when he's leaving, I think March 22nd or 21st.
Really soon.
Really soon. And then we have, Jerry, athletics coordinator, athletic officials coordinator, so that was the position that Jerry Fields, was in and he passed away. And so it's just, it got reposted and I think it closed last week. So we should have that position too. And again.
But you've got applicants.
We have.
Qualified.
Yes, and that was one of the things we went out to bid for that one position because we really wanted to make sure people understood what we did. A lot of people did not, so that was one of the things, it's just finding that perfect applicant.
Okay, well, these are, good requests and we'll see how things go as far as, how much money you have available. And also just want to think through the timing, as far as the master plan. As much as I'd like to do all of these, we won't be able to do all of them, but anyhow, but I appreciate you putting it in there and we'll see how things shake out financially. But I'm excited about, the work you all are doing. It's, you guys are definitely, key to our health and well-being and happiness and all those things. And I love our parks, and I'm so proud that we won that award for accessibility, being whatever, 50% of Knoxville residents are within a 10-minute walk. Was that right, 50%? Or maybe more?
I think it's low 50s.
Yeah. A 10-minute walk of some kind of park, maybe Victor Ash or maybe like a little tiny pocket park, but something where there's some access to nature and recreation. So I was out, was it Sunday, but it was such beautiful weather. I mean, I went to several different parks that afternoon and it was just like mobbed with people. I was at Pump Track, I was out at Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman, I was like, is it a basketball tournament? But no, it was just people playing.
Yes. Well, the food trucks out too. These are the food trucks that we see.
I didn't
on the
see
street
the
right
whole-
there. Yeah, they do a whole
Yeah.
family gathering.
Well, that, I didn't see any food trucks, but I mean, there's a lot of families out. So.
What's the schedule on the sports court that's gonna go in?
So the sports.
Do we know when that's gonna, when
It's
we can have an
supposed to
event on it?
be- It's supposed to be June. So they're looking at, we're working right now we have to kill ramp in, kind of a gravel road to allow them to get down into it because of the steepness. So we're working through that part of it. But everything's on its go. We made sure all the agreement may come back across your desk. There was a couple of questions they had in that, so we're modifying that. Other than that, it's a go for them.
Let's just work with Tom, so it's the first sports court, multi-use sports court in Knoxville, in East Knoxville, next to a middle school, next to Austin. First grade, we got to celebrate. So.
Yeah.
So we're excited about that.
You're keeping Councilwoman McKenzie in the loop on it?
She wanted to do a, kind of a still community kind of engagement piece. It's, I guess, Sam and Alex out to really talk about what excitement soccer is in that area. So that was one of the things that she was putting together and was going to work with Knoxville and get that done. But I'll push back on and get back with them and figure out exactly when that's going to happen. But that was the next step of everything behind for us.
She's aware of it, doesn't she?
Oh, yeah,
that's all.
And Morningside is open and there's a little need to fix some kind of plumbing issue or something?
It is, so they.
But that's still under
It is.
Blue Cross Blue Shield?
They're supposed to do.
I think the Burmese papers too have some issues too, are they gonna address those?
Yes, so,
Never missed.
actually, I think Joel was working with them on that one, Joel Ashton Ross.
Okay, but anyhow, it's a great new facility, and I think, it's really one of the nicest facilities or parks in the city, I'd say.
It's great, we've seen a lot of families just, are just loving it.
Yeah.
They're already planning out birthday parties, like, wait, I reserved, I need to have birthday parties, so we're getting lots of calls from people that wanna be in that space, and so we're excited to see
Sure.
people that wanna be there, and, you know, more faces and places, and basically we cut down some of our vandalism that we see. We wanna make sure that we get as many people in the park as we can get to, plus, I just like having people in parks.
Yeah, absolutely, so. All right, any other questions for our Parks and Rec leaders? All right, well, thank you so much, appreciate all your work, and, we'll keep these in mind as we move forward.
PBA will run the share, they probably gonna be able to do it 1:30.
Okay. Then, all good, we'll come. Anyhow, well, good afternoon, and, thank you for being here. Thank you for, we're running early, which is, you know, thank you for showing up, at 15 minutes ahead of time. Usually, people are happy to be done, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna, you know, give you 15 extra minutes of undue scrutiny, just the right amount of scrutiny.
How are you doing? She said she went.
Well, I mean, I think that, you know, a lot of these requests are, you know, this is my, I guess, 5th time through the budget cycle, and so I guess I have more familiarity with the process and with the nature of the asset. Unfortunately, sometimes it's, you know, PBA and others are asking for the same things, you know, year after year, which sometimes we can address and sometimes we have to postpone. But operating stuff is a little different than capital, you know, so.
It's a little easier.
Yeah, so, well, yes and no.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just a different type of thing. I mean, this is like, I'll let you explain why you need this increase in annual contract.
Okay, so our.
And then, and if you want to give an overview,
Yes.
introductions.
Okay, yes. This is Kristen Crowe, she's our Director of Property Development, Alex Massaro, Director of Support for Security and Life Safety, Robin Smith, Director of Finance, and David Lively, Director of Facility Maintenance.
Same team, back again.
Yes, all here.
Good.
But no, our budget this year, we are up 4.82%. Total, we're at is 12,119,376. The reason we have come up, it's about 4 main things. We have increased salaries across the board in this budget to $15 an hour base. We weren't there yet. Parking was still at $13.67, so we're trying to get them up. That's a hard one because we have, with our program, it's a 6% withholding for 401k. So we're making $13.67 an hour, we hold 6%.
It's required, it's not.
Required, not optional. So we
Is that because of?
we are using Knox County's benefits and it's a requirement of benefits. So, I mean, it's good for them in the long run, but at the stage they are in life, it's usually a challenge to. So the $15 an hour would be huge for us.
And that's a big part of this, is just getting compensation up so you can hire people.
That is.
Like everybody, right?
Mhm, yes, and then for salaries across the board, we put a 2% increase in. And then we've got, our RFPs are out right now for custodial services. And we're worried on those and floor cleaning, that are gonna come back 15 to 20% higher is what we're projecting. So we budgeted for that in this budget. If they don't come in that high, we'll receive those returns.
So this is just inflation is causing services, goods, et cetera, that you're buying, like floor cleaning's a big one.
It is, and custodial, those are, and window cleanings in the same.
Okay, so labor, cost of labor is going up.
Yes.
And that explains some of this.
Yes.
Do you know what, I know that we use a vendor for most of our cleaning. Do you know what they pay most of the folks that are in our buildings? Do we regulate that at all through the contract?
We don't regulate.
Just a pure bid for
contract,
services.
But yes, I would say they're closer to the $13 to $14 an hour. They've gone up on their rates, but it's, I don't know, that's always passed through to.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, are we paying them more because there's a margin issue, or are they paying more because they're struggling to hire people? It'd be nice to know that.
Yes, okay. Yeah, I do feel many of them struggle, and we've had that conversation and we'll continue with those.
But you believe it's still more cost effective and good service to outsource that rather than have an in-house team?
Yes, we've got a small team in-house that goes around and follows, and they do 30-day walkthrough with all supervisors, and look at all the work orders and check everything. But it would be hard to outsource. The number of extra people you need for the time that they take off or sick, any of that, we really can't cover with the burden rate. So that we continue to outsource, and that helps us on our diversity schedule. I mean, we do have a lot of small business and order business in this sort of area. So, then our HVAC maintenance contracts have gone up. Utilities are going up 5% across the board, so 6% on water, 4% on electricity, and we put that in our budget numbers. We've got trash disposal contracts going up, David. I don't know if you're doing that, but we're anticipating a 15% increase there.
Who do you, I mean, when I think about, you bid that out, or is that an extension of our garbage contract? Like, who is your vendor right now for the collection?
We've got Waste Connections.
Okay, so you have Waste Connections.
You mean waste?
It would be nice to just, as you go
Waste
out.
management, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Waste Connections is recycling.
Yes.
It may be nice to see if there's a way to piggyback off our contract with Waste Connections, because
Into our contract.
Yeah.
spend $10 million on Waste Connections, and they're already coming by here, and so just, I don't know where you're at with this contract, but if not this one,
Well,
the
it's
next
out to
one.
bid right now. Knox County is outbidding it right now. We participate with Knox County on this bid, and it's out on the streets right now.
So it's part of their,
Yeah.
part of their solid waste contract then, so part of
But-
the convenience center.
But let me just say this, though, one of the challenges, they do shorter range contracts.
Right.
If you go longer, you're gonna get better rates.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I can see where you're
It's a philosophy on how you do garbage. They're trying to get it, every year or two they do it, they're gonna pay a little bit more. Something to think about. Yes, sir.
That's not so good in an inflationary.
We've always said we're gonna go long-term, try to hold rates and understand our costs versus trying to run with the market if it drops or, and so it's a little different philosophy.
Well, and every time, we added public safety complex, we didn't have a full year's worth of, costs to analyze. So now we feel better about that. We didn't take grounds that first year, we're picking them up as of January of this year. So we'll have a better number on that. David's team helped us out, Chad and them to do that first. But, so we're finding things out there that we still need to do, but most of that I think we've accomplished and feel that we'll have covered this next month. The people on site, we know the allocations, how long they're there.
So you have PBA security staff up there, but then you also have maintenance and grounds.
Yes, our maintenance team, yes, and our team does the hard access system, and they do the fire alarm, sensors, all
Right,
that.
and that's all new because we had our own in-house maintenance for the
Yes.
whole public safety.
Well, the old public safety, they had a vendor that did cleaning and mopping, so they had a contract, they had an officer in security, they had a couple of them there at the front, so it's a bit of a shift that frees an officer up, and they always had several contracts that they had for cleaning and maintenance and facilities. It was just kind of a Band-Aid system, so.
Yeah, sort of that was created over time a little bit here and there. So I mean, when I go to the public safety complex, first I still love walking in that building. I know there, a lot of challenges to just renovate an old building, but really down to the walls and studs and whatever else, concrete, but looks great. I think the police and fire and KEMA and 911 are all really happy. But the PBA folks I run into seem to enjoy working there too. They seem to be.
Especially your security team, the Oscar's great, we have a great maintenance team, but your security's not fun.
Yeah, that's probably one of our tightest groups is that team there in security. They
Yeah.
really get along, they really like each other, and they really take that job serious.
Yeah, well, you got the courtroom, you got a lot of interaction with a variety of people, so, but they seem to they seem to have embraced it and have a lot of ownership of it. And it seems to just working well. That's who I interact mostly with. I don't see the grounds groups.
Right, no.
The maintenance, you know,
They're in the back.
so, anyhow, it's
Good,
good.
good. Well, that one, I feel good. I think we've got that, all the windows have been cleaned, everything's down there. And I think the big, you know, it's 3 buildings together and it just becomes hard to get our hands around who's where, what we need.
You don't maintain the LMU facilities, they do
No,
that.
no.
So it's the police building, the fire building, and now in court.
Yeah,
Yeah.
police is A, fire is C, and the courts are B.
It's the whole company, yeah, everything that we have there, they manage, just like they manage the main public works building, they manage this building, so
Yeah.
it's trying to be consistent with facilities management. One of the reasons the old public safety complex got in such dire straits was it was managed kind of as a secondary thought. So we have professional property managers now, and we'll continue to try to keep that where it needs to be.
You all did, you know, when we had to deal with some roof issues there, is that a PPA thing, or that was just a separate?
Well, there's a transition between warranty systems. They now have that, we've got to do some closeout and make sure they've got all the documents they need, but I think most of that is worked out except for this one leak.
We got one leak.
It'll make this a mechanical roof issue, and I'll be up there Friday looking at it, so.
But for you, we manage the city parking facilities. We've got the city parks, which.
I hear that's free.
Yeah.
And you have an opinion on that, you like to be on the record for CT?
There's a lot of comments out there. But anyway, no, you know, this year in parking, I think we anticipate that there'll be a revenue stream of $3.4 million. You've got maybe a loss with Jackson, if that land transfers, the revenue for that will transfer over. So that's about, we anticipate that being around 87,000. So.
That'll be a loss until a new facility is built that potentially brings in revenue.
Structured parking, that they go
Yes.
in on that site.
And we have worked with KCBC before, that we just management contract, and we take our management fee out and pay them on the revenue. So we would just follow that same process.
But whatever, I mean, if we're, when we move forward with that,
Yes.
no matter what, there'll be a period of construction where,
Yeah.
it'll be not a surface parking lot
Right.
for a year or so.
We're ready for that.
Okay.
We manage the QPD facility, the small one, it's really just the card access system. And then CAT, for you, we've got CAT Transit and CAT Magnolia. CAT Magnolia is, its salaries and starting to hold better for and then, we have on-street officers and again, there is no one salaries, just 2%.
How many total positions, not contracted, direct staff?
201.
201.
That, I'm encouraged, I've been here 16 years, we started at 97, so, but that's all these people, so.
That's your responsibility for growing too.
They really have, between the city and the county. And you are almost even now on our budget, which hasn't been the case for many, many years. The county has paid much more, had more facilities, which almost
I don't know if that's good or bad.
yeah, that's maybe bad news, but no.
Well, we've shared, I mean, the public safety complex, the public works complex, was public works, before it was a new facility, was PPA managing that old like red brick?
No, what we try to do is say, look, what is our bread and butter? We're public works professionals. So as we manage, I mean, PDA is essentially the owner's rep on that project. We do all that, and it's like, let's make sure we maintain it. So, and we've been able to take, we had a couple of folks that kind of did facility cleaning, maintenance, but as they retired, we took those positions back in the field operations of PDA because of scale, can do something that's better.
But our facilities team like that Alex Ebert does, like
Fire stations, parks, park restrooms, they still do all that.
all the things that are sort of distributed throughout the city. Rec centers.
Yep.
PBA also has a transit center, because it used to be.
It's just out on the streets.
Yeah.
A lot of good on the buildings today.
Yeah.
And that one's a big one just because of all the security issues. We do have a lot of security issues there, but it's, I think it stayed clean, it's been well managed, and I think they're very happy. to talk to them today. They've got some new people coming in.
Yeah,
That'll be
we
exciting.
met some of them yesterday.
But other than that, you've got the city county building, which your portion this year is 2.3 million. And that, is that still operating contract? Is it still?
It's the last year.
This is the last year. Okay, so that's in those numbers, but we had that be with them with us for the long term.
Measurement verification, that's,
Yeah, anyway, but that's most of it, unless you have questions for us.
No, I think that covers it. Basically, you know, you're labor intensive. We've asked you to take on more, and you also have increased labor costs, but it's, you know, we're contracted, so that's the 584, 617. Very specific number.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But, yes, okay.
And that, I guess, includes, I mean, that's all the things you're talking about, utilities and
Yes.
personnel.
You've got the downtown cinema as well, you have a portion of that. I need this portion too, so. AED is gonna be rough, you know, soon, so,
Okay. Any other questions for PBA? Yeah, Councilman Roberto?
Jim, just, this is more of a capital thing, but the microphones that council is using now, great, love that addition. It's so much better for hearing everybody. The question I had though was, you know, we still have the, you know, button down below to turn the light on, and then this one. And I'm sure it's not just council members, it's probably county folks too. A lot of buttons to be pressing while you're thinking about a bunch of other stuff. Are we going to get to a point where we have a single system? I mean, what are we looking at there?
we've actually priced out, and it's somewhat reasonable, a new DICE system that's a more of a darker panel. It won't have those buttons there. And then we are adding some screens in the back and a new screen above you. The big area above the dais is part of our problem. That's got to be redone. And Kristen, we've looked at that. Part of the problem is getting the room for a 2-week period to be able to run all the stuff up there to get this changed. But, yeah.
July?
Yeah, that's 2 or 3 weeks. We're going to get it done, but that is the plan.
So the whole dais will be changed?
There would be new, and you wouldn't have that same problem.
I love that.
Yeah.
July sounds wonderful. The other question would be, you know, I know there's power sources below, which are a little cumbersome to get to. Is there plans to have power sources above?
Yeah, it would be in that table. And we're wanting to redo the carpet at least on the dais. We know how bad it is, and we'll probably get something that blends with the audience area because we can't afford to do all the chairs in the assembly area at this time. And it only makes sense to recarpet that one. We're going to take all that up, so
Right.
it'll be pieces. But we're trying to get time in there.
Do you have a system that will help people remember to turn on the lights? That's only on a letter.
We just need that in one location.
For county commission.
County commission, of course, yeah.
Inclusive.
I think the vice mayor may need to address that.
Yeah.
That's a training.
All right, well, we appreciate you and appreciate the work you guys do for our community and, yeah, thank you for this request. Thank you. All right, so Mark, how are you?
Well, how are you?
I'm good to see you. I'm looking at your plan and I'm looking at your request. I'd love to hear you help us understand a little bit more about what.
So this is to a request to have a consultant come in and kind of look at our current IT state and look at our future goals and see if they align with industry trends, government trends, and make sure we're on the right path. And you know, IT's changing rapidly, AI and things like that. Make sure we have some policies in place that we're ready for those type of deals. And you know, a lot of my technologies are moving from on-premise, which means a certain skill set and stuff that I have on staff, versus cloud stuff, which is a whole different skill set. So I'd like them to look at my future staffing needs to see if we need to shift some positions from hardware infrastructure, maybe to cloud-based infrastructure, that kind of stuff. So I just want to make sure that in the past, IT has always been closed room, nobody look behind the doors or whatever. And I'm trying to, I have goals for the city, but I also want to make sure that those goals are aligned with industry trends, make sure I'm doing things correctly and, protect us, make sure that my security policies are good, my security plans are good, things like that. So it's really just a second set of eyes to make sure we're on the right path. And
Well, I'm glad you brought that up about the second set of eyes, because I guess two questions, how did you get the number of 250,000? And also, sometimes people say, well, why are we hiring consultants? Why can't we just do this in-house? And I think I know the answer to that, but if you could explain, you guys don't, you're very busy, it's hard to step away from the day-to-day work, keeping the city's IT systems going and create a whole strategic plan for the future. So.
Great, I think sometimes like the 250 is just really a ballpark number, but if you divide it out by the number of hours that they would come in and do some assessments, typically their rates run around $180 an hour. So if I did the math on that, thinking it would take X number of hours to complete, that's really where the 250 came from. Also, like you said, we are currently pretty busy. We've got some major cloud projects going on, that kind of stuff. But also, I don't want it to look like Fox regarding the in-house. I don't want to have folks say, hey, boys, tell me everything's good in finance. It'd be nice for someone else to look at that and really give a, like I said, a second set of eyes to that. It's hard for us to do that.
We might be missing something.
Yeah, we may be biased looking at it. Oh yeah, of course I got you covered. Don't worry about it. But somebody else might come in and say, hey, this is really where or government finance departments are going. This is what you kind of need to look for. Or sometimes we get folks, department directors that love their legacy system. I don't ever want to leave. But then it's back on an old technology that's vulnerable to ransomware because it can't be updated. So.
I think what you and Brandon both said, we want more data analytics, we want to integrate our data and use it. And right now, I think we're challenged in that. So what is the next decade look like? Really the next 3 to 5 years, especially as we invest in major system upgrades, like our record management system and KED, we're about to jump on board with something we're going to have for the next little bit. So let's make sure that we have systems that are going to integrate with what we're doing in public works. So when we go to tackle issues, we have good information, data that drives information to make decisions. So having somebody come in, we got the number from Vera, who's done some work with us already, and they said, we believe it'll take about 250 to really come in, third party, rip the Band-Aid off, and give you the assessment you need to drive a plan for the future. Sure.
Okay. Will this be, I know when we did the disparity study, you think that the consultant will do all the work, but really
We'll have to be here. A lot of work.
Yeah. But I think the time is right.
Yeah, it's good. I think
we don't want to wait any longer.
Tremendous strides in the past, 4 to 6 years in our technology and our technology plan and our security. Everything's gotten a whole lot better.
Yes.
I just want to make sure we're on the right path too. Like I said, there's scary technologies out there like AI and I say scary because we don't know where that goes. We don't know what it does. What's our policy on that? So just
some of this is about culture shift too. I think you've seen what finance is able to do, right? Where at times in the past we've been penny wise and a pound foolish kind of thing. The whole model, in IS was, let's get the product, but we'll try to implement it. I say we've tried that a few times. I think Acela didn't go really well, and we needed a little more support on that. It would have been beneficial to pay for some of that, and so sometimes we want to let's do it right. Let's figure out what the next few years, because there's a cost if you don't do it right. So and we think this plan is going to really help what Grant wants to do. It's even in Peter's shop, more transparent access to data and information.
How's your staffing?
It's good. We're currently we promoted some people up. Now we're hiring, backfilling the people that have such a people up our help desk staff. A few of them over to systems engineers, they take some classes, done some stuff, do this and that, all those guys moved up, and they're tagging it and working hard, and really making a big difference. They're gung ho, ready to go, and really productive. So, we're training them up, moving them up, which is, which is good. It's harder for me sometimes to get folks from the outside,
Yeah.
but folks that are here and want to grow, you know, I want to provide them an opportunity to grow, so all we can do that.
Any questions? Thank you so
I've got
much.
one there.
Thanks for popping in.
Yes, sir.
Director Parker, the update for WeGoverns,
Yes.
how close are we to getting that? Because we've got hardware that we can't use because we're waiting on the software update.
So they have almost completed the build, and we should have the product for testing within like 2 or 3 weeks. So we are very close to getting that to you guys. What I've heard now is the May-ish timeframe that will be live. So hopefully sooner rather than later on that. But they've been I think you'll really like the product. I mean, there'll be a little bit of differences, but it'll be much more modern, much more user-friendly, much more, you know, open it up on your phone, tablet, blah, blah, blah. You don't have to have an ancient app to open it up and do things like that.
Yes.
So I think it should be really close.
Love it. I love, May is great. So
Okay.
let's
Well, good.
Make it happen.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
All right. Will.
Will's good.
Savannah.
Yeah.
And Vice Mayor Smith.
All right.
Get him.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Good, how are you? Good?
Long walk to get here?
Oh, it's like a mile. We had a trekking pole and everything.
We saw you, Will, sitting at a bar for once, over
I was,
in the bistro. Yeah.
Water in hand.
Okay. We waved at you from the table.
Oh.
You read your head.
Well, thanks for giving us this time. I'll let Savannah and Will do most of the talking, but just as a matter of context, we had a council retreat a few weeks ago that you were able to join and be a part of. And for the first time, we developed a couple things, some priorities that were we felt good, where there was consensus. We had planning priorities. Hopefully, that's been useful to you all as part of this process, but just generally as to where council's kind of perspective is, where we find alignment. And so some of those were legislative things, and one of the most more administrative things was related to 202 funds. So again, the things that we gave you all from the retreats are areas where we found consensus, and this is one of them. So where we find consensus, we move forward where we can. So with that, I'll let Will and Savannah talk about our requests.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, so council has expressed interest for a few years in increasing its 202 fund. I would argue that the City Council has never seen an increase in its 202 funds, which was put in place in the late 80s. In fact, it's only been decreased. In 2003 to 2005, it was decreased from 360,000 to 90,000. So the effect that that money can have for organizations in the city, of course, has been eroded over the past few decades in terms of the impact that it can make. So that's why we are asking for an increase of $90,000 to begin that increase.
Okay. But that would be, what's the current budget level?
Current budget amount is $90,000.
Okay, so it's a double it.
Yes.
And that, okay. So $10,000 per person would go up to 20.
Capacity to manage that. I think Savannah, you manage the actual documentation. If it doubled, are you able to handle the paper shuffle?
I think that's going to be a conversation internally about, we're not really sure what to see. We don't know if organizations are going to just be requesting higher amounts or if there's going to be more organizations requesting. And so I think it depends on what we see.
And right now, it's pretty much a rolling. I mean, you have windows, but they roll in all the time, correct?
Yeah, we take applications throughout the year and only we transition to doing one ordinance once a quarter.
Okay.
Just so there's a little bit less.
Instead of onesie
We've done all at
twosies, yeah, they were
once,
coming.
yeah. It can be really interruptive to my workflow if I'm doing them every 30 minutes or so. So we have changed the process a little bit, but I've heard good feedback from council and the organizations. Before, I think it was hard for them to get
the requests in because everybody works to a deadline and they didn't have a deadline. And so then you would see a whole bunch of them coming up to the end of the year and with these deadlines. Yeah, so with these deadlines, they can work more toward their projects each year.
I just want to poke in with a couple compliments. One is Councilman Roberto initiated an MTS survey when he was vice mayor. And part of that was to look at what's working well and what's not working well. And one of the highlights that everyone said was working well was the reformed 202 process. So as a reminder, there's two parts of this. One is public facing and one is council facing. And you've done a lot to make the council facing procedure more efficient. So in terms of taking on more, Savannah's done a good job, I think, making the council process more efficient to make capacity for more public or maybe equal, who knows, but our current budget's $90,000, but how many what's the dollar amount requests we have gotten so far this year? Will you have that number?
Yeah, so actually I have it for the past 3 fiscal years. So in 21-23 it was 185,100. For 22-23 it was 140,000, and then so far this year our request has been at 204,000.
Yeah, and you all are very familiar with this, but it allows us to do as much good as we can for a smaller grant request for hyper-local district or neighborhood-specific projects, so.
And the requirements are, yeah, I mean,
Very-
just you guys sort of validate it's not, they don't necessarily have to be existing for 5 years or things like that. Community agency grants have a few.
Yeah, so there are some guidelines. The state requires that they provide an audit, an annual audit, so they do have to have been in existence for at least 1 full year and have that audit done.
Okay.
And then
Do they have to be a 501c3?
they do have to be a 501c3. And then there are other guidelines that council put into place years and years ago. So they have to provide a letter on letterhead that says how they serve the community, what the funds are going to be for. We have to get like a W-9 and an IRS form for paying purposes. So there's a whole list of things that have to be.
I talked to the last mayor, I know I talked to the previous last mayor, that the 202 funds are oftentimes handy for us. Requests come in, I mean, $300 or $400 for a neighborhood event, and sometimes it is nice to say, hey, why don't you talk to a representative? It would be much easier to get 202 in the next quarter.
Like if you need it fast.
Yeah, so sometimes it's like, hey, wait for your agency grant to come up and get your application in, and they may have an event in summertime, so it's beneficial to the
I got a call
administration.
from a board member of a nonprofit literally this morning about that.
Yeah.
Which is we have a need in the summer. There's no way we could get through any kind of larger city application processes.
Pretty handy.
And the need is less than $10,000. Can you help in this regard? So,
All right, well, seems like a good time to consider increasing this, and I appreciate council having a retreat and coming to consensus on many things, but this is one that affects the budget, so thanks for doing the research and background, and I'm not sure what the discussion was 20 years ago when it was introduced, but we know where we are now, so thanks for bringing this to the budget process, and I'm sure we can find a way to move forward for sure.
So, and Savannah, does anybody have the actual history? Because I'm guessing this will come up at some point, probably with the media, of what did it used to be? When did it get reduced? Do you have that history?
So I have tried to do some of the research. So I do know that the 202 fund, previously it was the 501 fund, and at that time that was surplus property. And so sales of surplus property is what funded that, the council's discretionary.
Wish we had kept some of that. Surplus property like desks, not land. Like
No, I think it
computers,
was,
there's
I
like
think it was real property, yeah.
real property.
But it was inconsistent.
Okay.
And so
You'll bounce up and down.
Yeah, so they got rid of using that and they just put it into the budget. And then in 2004, there's some stuff in the newspapers. You can ask some council members that were here then, but there's no real evidence that shows what actually happened. I'm not sure if it was.
Wasn't in like minutes.
No,
We
no.
kept on the record about
It could have been politically motivated, but.
No.
But it could have also been because of economics.
If Will says there's no record, I feel confident.
We've exhausted.
You've exhausted the record.
Well, of our records.
Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Maybe finance has something somewhere.
Well, the fact that 9 members found consensus on this.
This is good,
It
yeah.
illustrates the apolitical nature of our.
It's
absolutely.
For the record.
All right. Well, any questions or further comments? Well, thanks so much. Thanks for
Appreciate it.
being here.
Thank you.
Christine, thanks for being here. Thank you guys for, when were you supposed to be here? Anyhow, you're here early, so we're ready for you.
Nice.
Thank you. And Christine, I saw on your social media that you just lost an aunt, so I'm sorry to hear that.
My nephew's gonna be a hostie,
I saw that on
That's pretty
Facebook,
cool.
yeah.
Where do they live? Like,
so it's my sister's son, and
Yeah.
they live in Harrisburg, and like since she passed away, we haven't had a great
So now it's
relationship.
closer.
Now he's gonna be like so close, and they wanted to surprise me with it too, so that was cool.
that's cool.
Yeah.
You'll be going up to see them in ball games.
Yeah. I even said Tennessee could play.
It happened before.
He was like, would you wear hokey? I was like, no.
You prefer one of each?
No.
Yeah. Anyway, so it was a sad trip, but it was good. Thank you.
All right, well, what's going on with benefits and risk?
Christine, maybe do
Yeah,
a
why
quick
don't you go-
intro
yeah.
for your team. I think
Absolutely.
you've got some council members that maybe know it.
Sure, absolutely. So Katie Tanner is our benefits manager. She's been with the city 10 years this year.
Congratulations. Happy anniversary.
Kurt Bryden is our risk manager. He started a year after me, so you're on 12. And Katrina Newman-Schwander, we coached her from finance several years ago. Jim York said I could never if we could spell her last name. Katrina Newman-Schwander, so we won.
How do you say, I've seen your emails, but how do you say your last name?
Newenswander?
Newenswander.
Say Katrina.
That's easy.
I like that you've got Kurt in a green tie, a semi-green budget tie.
We can thank Aaron Ryden for that.
All right.
My wife does dress me.
She did a good job.
I like the tattoo. I promise. Katrina is our benefits risk analyst too. So she does a lot of work with Kirk, Katie, and I on the budget. So we did meet with Stephanie and Lester to talk a lot about just some contract requirements that we have that we just need to make sure that we budget for, like the center's contract. Like if there's a contractual obligation to increase that 3% every year. The same is true with our broker contract with Wells Fargo Boston. So I think we kind of worked through all that. So it looks like the only real additional funding we
Hey,
have.
Christine, let me jump in. There are a lot of the insurance, healthcare, they work out directly contractually with finance. So what you're gonna see is really kind of above and beyond what happens through our, kind of what happens with finance on the adjustments made per our insurance agreements, et cetera.
Yeah, well, and the fact that you guys can work all that out and that we've been able to keep the cost to employees, no increase for 12 years. I mean, I like to remind everybody about that. It's a really big deal, really rare, and we should consider that basically like a little bit of a raise every year. No one actually does, but
correct.
In effect, it is that. So anyhow, appreciate that, and you guys just do a really good job. There gets to be some complicated, individual cases, but also you have to do a citywide look. So really appreciate all your work. So I mentioned that to Christine when I saw her at some, I guess our leadership team meeting, but didn't get a chance to say it to all of you. So you do great work, and when there's very complicated issues that arise, you know that when you send it to risk management benefits, and you guys can handle it really well. So thank you.
Also, another team, the recruit that passed away, that requires some, thankfully doesn't happen very often, but that requires some individual meetings that are difficult. So I think Christine and the team spent a lot of personal time trying to make sure it's complicated. It's really complicated. And Christine sat down with the widow, KPD, and spent a lot of time. So thank you very much for that.
All right, I'll let you talk about the proposed.
One of the things that we've kind of been looking at from a benefits perspective is like, what can we do? You mentioned it, like our rates are low for benefits. And we haven't increased premiums in quite some time. And it's a strong benefit package, but like what else can we do to retain employees? And one thing that we would really like to accomplish this year is be a deferred comp match. So the numbers that we ran were, our deferred compensation program is a 457B plan. It's with, it was with Prudential for several years. Prudential was bought by Empower. And so we moved to Empower two of this year, I think is when the transition was complete. But we don't have a match. So what we do with that program is if somebody contributes $20, we'll put $10 in their paycheck. So like in the scheme of things, we're only giving them $260 in that program. But what we could do is look at a match. So the county does offer a match, so what they do. Grant and I've had conversations about that. And so when we look at the new pension, there's not much that we can do with the new pension without having to potentially like ask for a vote, like a referendum on that. So we could make a change to the deferred comp and maybe offer a match to that. So what I propose is anyone in the new pension system, this would exclude anyone in the old system.
So people hired after January 1st, 2013?
That's correct. That's correct. So, and then matching our leave accruals. So we accrue leave, more leave on year 3, year 7, and year 12. And so we could do, if they're putting in 2% at year 3, we'll match 2%. If they're putting in 4% at year 7, we'll match another 2%. And then if they're putting in 6%, we would match another 2%.
So Mayor, and I think.
So it's not a, I mean, it's not a, oh, so if they go up from every time they go up 2%, we go up 2%, but we what if someone puts in 12%?
We would just do the 2%.
Yeah, we just do up to 2%.
And right now, it's not even a percent, it's just
Correct.
literally $10.
Yeah, we've got a lot of like things that we want to do for the deferred comp. So we, Katie and I have been on that committee for quite some time. And it has a flat dollar contribution, so like.
Is that normal? Is it?
So Mayor, I think it's important, the history was, when we had a very robust
Defined.
pension system, it was really kind of like, okay, and we recommend you do a little bit more on the side, but the city's 6% is really over here. Now that we have a hybrid model, we've talked with the police chief, Christine and her team, the 10-year vest window in the hybrid model is good, but it's not enough to keep people. We also know that people are leaving jobs more routinely. So this idea that you roll in, you're gonna be here forever, we know people want portability. They want to take their investment and go with it. So
if someone comes to the city, works here for 5 years, and we have this better matching of deferred comp, they leave at any time they want, and they get the match, or do you have to?
We could figure that out. Like, we would have to look at that vesting schedule, and like, it's up for us to decide, like, it's, frankly, it's just up to us to decide how we want to look at that.
Well, what do we,
most programs, you take it with you, you take that match with you. And that's, most.
Like, once you're vested.
Once you're vested in a couple of years,
Yeah, but it's the best 5 years, 10 years.
Right.
Another question is, do we, right?
And there's no vet, on the vesting for deferred comp, there's no, like, if whatever, we don't even put that money in their deferred comp, we put it in their paycheck, it shows the earnings in their paycheck, so this would actually be money in the account. What it does do though, so like the limit in 2024 is 23,000, it's the under 55 limit for the deferred compensation is 23,000. Whatever we put in would count against that 23,000.
That's the max, someone can contribute.
Correct. So the employer match would be part of
Do
that.
people get close to that?
Well, so there's a lot that we really are looking at with deferred comp. So instead of like this flat dollar contribution, we think people should be contributing a percentage of their salary. And we could start with automatic contributions too, which is not something we do right now. The automatic enrollment.
Thing where you have to,
Yep.
you have to
I
opt
mean,
out.
that's right. So we do that.
We don't do that?
We do not, because we don't have a percentage contribution, we have this flat dollar, and so it makes it very difficult to put somebody in at a flat dollar contribution. But we could move to the percentage, do automatic enrollment, and we could also do accelerated contribution, so like every year at 7/1, it would increase by a percentage, and they could opt out of that too. So we really are encouraging people to save for retirement by doing that.
Well, all the behavioral insight stuff says that we should definitely make the default.
Yes.
You're enrolled and we're helping
Yes,
people
and
save.
it is the default. We look at benchmarking, it is the default. So we really do need to look at this plan and how can we make it more advantageous to our employees to save for retirement.
And I do think too, this is, I think Christina said, KPD has said, Fire said, because of the hybrid pension, how do we now have a better benefit? Opening the pension, I can back up, it's really not an option. but how do we look at other benefits that meet a modern workforce? So this is one that I think Christina's thrown on the table, whether or not we do it this fiscal year or next, we've got to study this in light of our current compensation. We corrected compensation in 98% of our, 95% of where we're at in the city. But this is a big piece for retention. And then how do we motivate people to see retirement as their responsibility? The old model was, oh, the city's gonna take care of it. And now it's like, yeah, we got a hybrid model, but you still gotta do something as well. And so it's a culture shift.
And I should also say, so like, these numbers are based on, everyone contributing the match and getting the match. So like, if you don't contribute 4% at year 7, then you wouldn't get the match. You'd only get the 2%.
If you stay at 2%.
Right. So if we look at what everybody's currently contributing and were to implement this philosophy based on current contributions, it's less than 200,000. So like, this would be the greatest, assuming everybody would do it. Obviously, I don't think that's gonna happen, but I do just want to.
Well, if we do it default, I mean,
Yeah.
the participation will go up.
And that is something that the Deferred Compensation Committee we're gonna actually have some serious conversations about at our next meeting, which is March 20th. And then hopefully implement, like it does take some time.
To do that, a change like that, just procedurally and budget-wise, I mean, it obviously has to be budgeted in a change like that, but just the mechanics of making something be an opt-out rather than an opt-in.
But there's no real budget component to that, the committee just decides, like, there's a.
Employee-led committee.
Yeah, it is. So we've got, like Stephanie's joined the committee this year, Debbie Cheeseman's on the committee, help me out here, Lisa Hatfield, County Spicer for Public Service. Yeah.
And it's one piece, I think you've also asked us, I know Christine, because I know it's Christine and her team, to look at, hey, what are our modern day leave programs?
Right.
We have this sick vacation, what's the best way for people to have quality balance in their life, but also, what is the long-term?
Parental leave.
Parental leave policies, do we,
Right.
so I think this is one piece. We also talked about, do we provide, right now, there's a reduced membership for the YMCA, is that something that we just pay for as part of our benefits package? So.
Yeah,
when
we
you look
really
at-
are looking at just wellness benefits in general. I had the benefit of going up to Louisville with KPD.
Oh, yeah, I heard that was great.
It was really neat. It was a really cool experience. Honestly, what I thought was the most cool experience is they have this thing for their peer support group. So it's not a brochure about needing peer support. It's this little coin apparently. They love these coins. But this is a QR code to all the information available to them. And so what I want to do is work with the various departments and come up with something similar, and it takes some of the resources that we have. What I realized is they don't even realize we have these resources. Like,
Yeah.
they don't realize.
Well, that's what, I mean, we can offer the great benefits, but if people
Right.
don't know about them.
Right, so
or
how do we
think
package it so that they're gonna be able to?
Well, one way to package this is like, you're enrolled in this, if you don't like it, if you prefer not to be, here's it. And,
Right.
because part of it is that the barrier is just like people are busy, like they don't need their emails,
Right. Right, we are aware.
So,
Right.
yeah.
And like with that QR code, like they have like these 5 pillars. Louisville has these 5 pillars of wellness, and some of those pillars are financial wellness. We have right now a program with a company that helps us with our deferred comp for meetings with certified financial planners. People don't know that's even available, but like we can package it, right, and like make sure that they understand that this is a function.
Well, and recruit a few, people from various departments who will get the chatter going, like, hey, someone just told me how I can refinance my mortgage to save money or whatever.
And so we have an employee benefits advisory committee, and we really do try to challenge them, like after we meet, and share this with your departments if they know this, like.
How do you think that's going?
Some do a really, really good job, and others don't, but I mean.
Yeah.
So we too wanna like work with Kristen's team too, to figure out like what are the best ways that we can help to communicate certain things. Leave is one of them, wellness is one of them, like, we do have a lot of resources that we already are providing, so one, how do we communicate this, what's the best way for us to deliver those communications? But it's time for us to update the administrative rules for leave. Like, if we have new employees that are sick, we don't allow them to go negative on sick leave. So like, how do we fix that?
Yeah, I think that's interesting when you look at, there's always capacity, and so we spend so much time on
compensation.
On compensation, I think it is now time, compensation's in place, we're still doing some market adjustments every year through HR, but this is the next phase of this, which are the other benefits? How do we become the workplace of choice? You talked about that, lead, deferred comp, all the health and wellness, and I think this, the next 2 years, it's like, how do we really get that right?
And what's gonna be meaningful to employees, I know there's not one size fits all, but, you know, some people will be like, oh, we need family leave, parental leave, other people focus on deferred comp. I mean, I don't know actually who's focused on deferred comp.
They need me.
Yeah, I know, like, I know, but I mean, if we budget, you know, I mean, there's, you know, sometimes people are very focused on their take-home pay.
Well,
Not what they're gonna be when they're 60, 70, whatever.
another benefit that we're working on too is, I'm gonna mess up the activity, lifestyle savings. Yeah, a lifestyle savings account, thank you. So the company that we do our FSA and HRA through, like other companies, you know, offer FSAs and HRAs, but they also offer these lifestyle savings accounts. And we could give money to anybody in a lifestyle savings account. And it doesn't, it's not, there's no pre-tax deduction, no tax credit for it, but you can use it for anything. So like, it is a really great tool to be able to give somebody money. Like maybe they wanna pay for childcare, like it could be a way to fund childcare, it could be a way to fund elder care. Like there's a lot of things people can use it for.
So it could be,
Anything, a gym membership, like
yeah.
anything, a dishwasher.
Because if we invest a
Anything.
ton in like childcare, you know, that's really good for people who have kids.
Right.
And do childcare, but it's not so good for everyone else.
I do not, but there's a lot of conversation.
Hey, Christine, just, I'm gonna go back to what the mayor brought up, which was over a decade of not increasing healthcare costs for the individual employee. Is there a way to quantify, because there have been increases and the city has absorbed those increases. Is there a way, Kitrin and Christine, to quantify what we have absorbed as a city at some point? And not today, but just, I'd like to know what that is. Like each year we've absorbed X amount.
It's not necessarily, so what we're talking about are premium equivalents, okay? That's what we're talking about. And those numbers, like, it's kind of like, I said this before, monopoly money, right? Like, our claims are really what we pay. So if we look at what we get from employees, most contributions, it's like, I don't know, a little over $2 million. But that budget in that fund is like 21 million. And that's what we're paying, right? So like the employees are contributing, you know, a small portion of that. But when we look at the overall claims, that's what comes out of our budget. And then from there, we come up with premium equivalents, you know, we back in the number. We haven't changed those premium equivalents in several years. And who does that benefit? It benefits people on COBRA because that's a lower premium equivalent than really what it should be. And it also benefits our retirees. So people retire from our plan, like police officers and firefighters, they can retire at 50, 55. And so they'll stay on our plan until they're eligible for Medicare. And they pay 60% of that premium equivalent and we pay 40%.
I'd love to know if there's a way to simplify that and quantify it, just as, it's gonna be important to convey that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just look at what we got from employees in that revenue, right? Yeah.
So our general, the premium equivalents that employees and retirees pay is totals about 2 million a year and claims are 21 million? Is that what I just heard?
Our medical claims are,
I don't have that.
yeah, I think, so our medical claims, that whole budget.
That sounds like a.
I think you're talking
more
60.
about the budget for the fund.
In 60.
Yes, she's talking about the budget for the entire fund.
It's 21 million, and it's medical costs, our HRAs are in there, pharmacy costs are in there, the clinic, actually the clinic's not in that one. But, yeah.
We can look at
Yeah,
that.
okay, well, thank you for making this request. We'll sort of see how it fits in with the revenues and the overall budget. I'm glad the FERC Conference, the committee is looking at this and this committee, I mean, do they know this request is something that you have discussed with the committee?
I have talked to them like multiple times about wanting to do this. I don't know if they know these specifics. I may have mentioned that we just had an RFP for a deferred comp consultant, and I mentioned it in our meeting, which is like.
Well, you don't have to discuss, let's see if we can afford
Yeah,
to inform before we,
Yeah.
you know, discuss it. You know, I don't wanna get people's hopes up if we can't do it, we just have to see. But, I do think it's an issue, benefits in general, the next couple of years, to go over just like the compensation, just to update, modernize, reflect that we don't have to find benefit pension. I'm guessing probably more than half of our workforce is hired after 2013.
Yeah, I think we just crossed 50%.
So,
And they do know that this was something just to kind of get the conversation started. We did talk about that when we were talking at our 2 weeks ago. So, and I'm happy to have that opportunity to do it, so thank you.
okay, yeah, thank you. Any other questions for Christine and the team? Okay. Thank you so much.
So, thank you.
Hi, Katrina.
It's really not that hard to spell.
All right, I'm gonna just fill my water right here, and Barbara, we've got.
Yeah.
Come on up to the table. Okay. Okay, I hear. I'm well, how are you?
Marvin?
Thank you for coming. Yes, sure. Yep, I sure did. Thank you both for being here, and just make sure I'm at the right page here. I am. Okay, so tell us, it's good to see you, and tell us a little bit about what's going on with CAC and what your budget requests are for.
Okay, I'll do that. So, this is a big year for CAC. It's our 60th anniversary. So you go back to year 1964, Economic Opportunity Act, the Great Society, a lot of civil rights activity, and CAC was kind of created, out of that mix. So it's kind of interesting because we're going to be commemorating the past. At the same time, we're going to be planning and implementing the future because we want to make sure that we've had 60 great years. I don't know that I'm saying 60 more years, but let's say at least 6 was our planning. And so we're going to have both a time of commemoration and a time of transition and a time of change. And I think it's all going to come together pretty nicely.
Okay.
This has been.
So it's CAC's 60th this year?
Yep.
And when did you start with CAC?
October. CAC was created by city and county, by the Knox County Little Boys.
Yes.
They called it back in the old days. But there was a city council. And so it was created in 1964. I wasn't here then, but I was in Durham, North Carolina. And I was associated with the agency that became one of the first community action agencies in the country. So I've been part of community action since the beginning.
Since it started.
Yeah, since it started. And with a few breaks when I came here to Knoxville, I worked at Wesleyan House because I've been associated with work at the new chapter. So I was at Wesleyan House, and they were interested. They asked me if I would come to CAC to set up their neighborhood service centers. They got me grant. And so I thought, well, maybe I could do that, take it out. And so I told them I would come for 1 year.
What year was that? It was
It was in 67 maybe. And so,
I stretched out a little bit longer
I
than
was
you.
for a year, and, because I really didn't want to work for a governmental agency.
Clearly.
Clearly. Coming from the background that I had with settlement houses and that, so. But we did set up the neighborhood service centers, and I got so involved with the people in the neighborhoods and with the people I had hired and trained and the work that they were doing, that kind of, here I am. So here I am.
All right.
But anyway, I just wanted to put that in context for you.
And you have a celebration planned in October, is that correct?
We have planning, so.
There is going to be some sort of a celebration in October.
Yes.
Okay.
We have contracted with the History Project, so Jack, I'm going to be working with Jack. Will.
Yes, I spoke with them about that.
Yeah, so we'll be doing that. The last time CSC commemorated an anniversary was our 15th.
Oh.
So it's not something we.
Well, let us know how we can help. I'm sure that Cheryl and City Council, I'm sure we want to do a proclamation, and if there's an event, just keep us posted.
My number's good.
Yeah. So, so this has been a good year, but it's not been a year without challenge. One of the first things I did want to talk to you about for a minute, as it relates to our budget request, is Head Start. Head Start, and what we're experiencing here in Knox County is not unique to Knox County. It's kind of a nationwide project, probably. We are significantly under enrolled in Head Start. Not because we don't have children, because we have 200, 300 children on the waiting list, and about 2,000 applications that are unprocessed. But we have not been able to be fully staffed and to open all the classes that we were promised to open because of our, we share some of the same problems with the school system. It's hard to attract and keep teachers. So right now we're involved with the Office of Head Start on an under-enrollment project, where we have some pretty steep goals that we have to meet at the end of the year. And I will say that the National Head Start really doesn't want to take any of this money. It's not big on them. But they do have some regulatory things that have to be complied. And if you remember back early on, we had the Build Back Better project.
Yeah.
And that had lots of funding for early childhood programs, including Head Start. Well, that didn't come about. So the Office on Head Start really has, they don't really have any money to give us. So this problem.
What is your pay? What is the pay for?
So what they're saying is that we need to right-size the programs. They call it a change in scope. So we need to reduce the number of children that we serve using the same amount of funds and use those funds to raise salaries and to reduce class size. Because although we're dealing with very young children, post-COVID, even very young children are bringing significant high-risk issues into the classroom, making it very hard on classroom staff. I had a meeting with Knox County Schools this morning, and you would think they were talking about Head Start. The situations are very similar. So one of the situations that we do have in Head Start is we have $462,000 budgeted for rent in our budget. And that's the way we built our Head Start centers by contracting with a developer, in this case KCBC, to build a building, and we kind of covered.
This is the Western Heights.
This is, well, we have two. We have one which is Northbridge Crossing, and that one, we only owe about $800,000 on it, and it should be paid off in 5 years, so that one we're proposing to manage through the Head Start operating.
So you have 2 Head Starts, Northwest Crossing and Western Lake, okay.
We have 6, but the ones that we're concerned about are these 2 where we own leases. So Northridge Crossing, we think will be okay. The one that is extremely burdensome to us is Western Thomas, where we need to pay $300,000 a year in lease payments on that building. And so our proposal for this year to the city of Chester County is that we provide $100,000 in permanent funding to CAC's base allocation, which we would designate for Head Start, which would go directly to Head Start to assist with those rent payments on the Western Heights facility. And that would do a couple of things. When we do our change in scope, we would be able to include that. So that would put money towards salaries or towards additional personnel, which would mean we'd be able to keep some more slots. And it would also, I think, be a tangible evidence of the support for Head Start from the public. If we could include that amount.
But federal dollars usually pay for Head Start?
You know, see, this is our issue. Head Start has always been well funded with federal dollars. We have to come up with a match, but we have the various buildings that we use for Head Start. And we get them appraised every year. And the value of those buildings have kind of covered much share. So until COVID and the issue around teachers and teacher pay and workforce, who's in the workforce, who wants to be a teacher, who doesn't want to be a teacher, that was really not a problem. But it's a significant problem now. And if we don't solve it, it's going to cost us $2.5 billion when they start coming. Because if we can't comply, it's going to be.
But are you doing the thing they suggested, which is pay people more?
Yes, what we have to do is submit a plan, for how many slots we're going to reduce.
I mean, Head Start's direction would have been require no more money, which reduce class sizes and pay people more.
Yeah, they don't have any more money to do.
Right. But have you implemented what they said?
We're doing it now, and we have to send it, I mean, we just had the announcement a few weeks ago, we were in our time frame, we submitted a corrective action plan. The corrective action plan says that we will be doing a reduction in scope. And so we'd like to include, along with the reduction in scope, is that we've also bringing an additional $300,000 to the table through city and county funding. We won't be able to have it definite by that time. It's in budget, we have to say it's been proposed, or whatever we have to say.
Yeah.
So.
How much private money do you raise to support Head Start?
We do not raise a lot of money to support Head Start privately. We never really, we have a lot of volunteers.
I just didn't know with this current situation, there are so many people interested in early childhood. Is this the time to go sit down with donors and say, we need help?
It absolutely is.
Do you work with United Way and the Bright Start?
We work with them, we work with county schools, they really don't have any money to provide. Head Start's budget is $16 million. And, but I do think we could raise money for Head Start.
But I see one of your other requests is for development.
And that was, I was going to say, and that would lead into, as a governmental agency, raising money can be sort of difficult, we're not violence. But we do raise 20% of all money we spend. We raise 20% of our money. You can't. So we're thinking if we had a community engagement development director, someone who's trained in that.
You don't have anybody doing that now.
We all do it ourselves. I mean, I do it, Misty does it, Donnie Myers does it, Judith Kilo does it, we all do it ourselves. And we do raise a lot of money.
But you've got a total budget of almost 45 million.
Yes.
How much do you raise, what's a lot, how much do you raise?
20%.
You raise 20%.
So, for example, if you look at the Global Meals Program, we serve 1,200 meals a day. The federal government pays for 400 meals. So we have to raise the money for the other 800 meals a day. We do that with senior companions, we do it with any number. We have some good programs that could benefit from some focus on fundraising with somebody who has the time and also have the skills. I mean, it's a skill thing, contacts, skills to do that.
Well, yeah, I think there is a groundswell of interest in the business community for investments in childcare and early childhood education, because they realize their workers can't come to work if their kids are, there's no affordable or even attainable childcare. So Head Start support is one request, and then another request is Chief Development Officer.
The development officer, we're thinking that we're going to need, for our transition, we're going to need 3 positions. I've talked to David about this, and I think he's agreed with me. It's hard for one person, I've been doing this for a long time. It's going to be very hard to get one person to do what I do. And
So when you say transition, you mean you're
doing
transition
this
to
whole time,
emeritus retirement sort of.
planning for that.
What is the schedule? What's the schedule you
We
come up
haven't
with?
built the schedule yet. We're working with the administrator, but we will have a schedule. And so we thought we needed 3 positions. One, like a chief operating officer, who could be program person, that the program directors would report to. And this development person who would be the second one, who would be responsible for raising money and hopefully for creating a CAC foundation that would be clearly 501c3 entity. That would make it a lot easier for people to donate, because we are tax exempt and people can make tax exempt contributions to CAC, but it's not quite as neat as if you can simply say you're a 501c3. And so I think that's part of what the development director would be working on. And then we also need the chief fiscal officer to separate that fiscal part from our management services staff. And so that we would have a CFO, because our funding it's diverse, it's very complex. It doesn't have a start and end date. We know our grants are in different cycles, and we have 21 different funding sources. So it's a complicated scenario that does require close monitoring and close scrutiny to keep it aligns with all the, CAC has very few regulations because all the people we deal with have more than enough for us to keep up with. So we try not to cloud the issue, but we do have to deal with, we have to deal with compliance. We have to comply with.
So Head Start support is one request, and then funds for, you're proposing to have a chief development officer, which would be a brand new position.
brand new position.
And then you might reconfigure your org chart, like, there's not like a CFO position being
No,
requested
so
here.
we're
Someone
gonna
is doing that now,
Three new
just maybe.
positions. We'll have 3 new positions, intelligence, but we're only asking you to support one.
You're
Misty,
asking.
what is your current job title?
I'm the social services director, so all our kind of programs, from the city, the ESG, CDBG funds come through my unit, the neighborhood centers. Right now, we're working with Knox County on the eviction prevention program.
Good.
The receiver, we've got right at about 10 employees working on that. And then there's all our homeless service programs, those type of programs, and so I oversee pretty much and Lonnie, forgot Lonnie. And we serve,
So with KB though,
That's a very big program, and this is, Cecilia Waters, who you may remember, had run that program for many, many years, and she retired. And so we decided that it would be better, instead of having that as a freestanding program, to integrate that into the social services department. So
makes
this
sense. I mean, people come and they have other issues and
have
some.
other issues, they're pretty much the same people, so it made a lot of sense. But it is a lot of administrative work, and so Misty and my team have just taken on the responsibility in this program in October.
I like that idea of establishing a CAC foundation, just to make donations easier. Tell me a little bit about this next request, non-capital items on security and safety.
Okay,
And,
so we did put in our capital proposal, we had a placeholder. We had a study done, we brought in a consultant to look at safety and security at CAC. Because our buildings are all basically open, we like to have them open, we like the way we handle things. But we do know that there are circumstances that we have to take into consideration. And so we did have a consultant come. And part of what he's going to be doing is training the staff and things of that sort. The other thing that he did was visit every single room in our facilities and make recommendations for things that need to be done. We thought they were going to be more like capital things. And one of them was the camera system.
Okay.
They thought our camera system was
Needed updated.
It needed updated. So we did come in with a supplemental request to the, I think Jeffrey brought it to the discussions on the camera. So that came in. But the other things, they're not really capital, but when you add them up, they're quite a lot. It has to do with changing doors, changing locks, window coverings, some lighting, some other kinds of just physical things that need to be done.
How many facilities do you have?
Well, not counting Head Start, this doesn't include Head Start, we have 6. So, now Head Start did this previously with the same person and has had a very good outcome. They were able to, using some of their COVID money, to do some of the, to do everything that needed to be done.
Oh, good. And then we had another proposal here to do a salary study.
Yeah, and part of our problem, ongoing problem, has been the retaining, securing and retaining staff, just the next one. And so we think if we were going to do a salary study, we estimated it at $100,000, and we found we could do it for less. So we left $50,000 in the request to the city, and then we asked the county to reprogram that 50 to put $50,000 towards the chief financial officer. And they have agreed to do that. It's not approved or anything, but they agreed to modify the request to take so that we would just be looking at $50,000 for the salary study. And of course, CAC said, I mean, we've discussed this before, CAC salaries are significantly below the city and the county. And it does make it hard for us to recruit not only Head Start, but for case managers and other kinds of positions. So we think we pass our study, even though we may not have the money to implement it, it would give us some priorities so that as funds did become available, we would be able to focus the money in the place where the salary study indicated we needed the most help. And it could also help us in working with some of our funders in terms of even if they have only the same amount of money for us to use, we might have to do some negotiating around, well, maybe we can't have 4 poorly paid people, maybe we can have 3 better people.
Right.
And that would give us the basis for having those kind of discussions with some of our funders.
So, how about senior housing management contract? What is, that's on here?
That's probably our case management project.
Oh,
That's for the, the disabled housing.
Comes up at,
Northgate?
Okay.
Yeah, we do, well, we're not at Northgate now because we had full board of case managers because the funding has been the same since we started in 2007. So this past year, because of what we just discussed here, that we have to reduce staff to 3 to be able to, keep everybody paid.
Okay.
And so right now we're at Love Towers, Isabella, and Cable. And we're covering Northgate through our Project Live program, which we work with seniors. So we have a waiting list right now for that program. It's 4 to 6 weeks. And so not the best plan to cover Northgate, but if we, that's just to continue that. I think right now that money, the city contributes to it, so it's basically.
But this brings it back to Northgate or no?
The additional $65,000 would bring it back to Northgate.
If we fund it, we get Northgate caseworker and keep
Yes.
people housed, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
we get Northgate back.
Got it, super.
Okay, well,
Mayor, there was one other request, I know you sent a letter to Cheryl, we talked about it with Parks and Rec, which was some funding through Parks and Recreation for some things through CAC. Did we not talk about that earlier?
We did.
Yeah, a letter that you provided.
for O'Connor.
For the O'Connor
For
Center.
the O'Connor Center, yeah, the funding for the O'Connor Center has been flat for 10 more years, $138,000. Of course, we've had all kinds of increases of costs, and every year we have to find some way to come up with $50,000 or $60,000 to balance the O'Connor Center budget. And when funding was a little easier to come by, that wasn't as much of an issue as it is now. Now it gets to be sort of a robbing Peter to pay Paul kind of deal.
Yeah.
And so we thought we really needed to bring that forward, that there has been no increase in that contract for many years. And it's an excellent program. We have good participation there. I think it's well worth supporting and investing in because it does need definitely community need. It's well attended. I mean, I'm sure you're going to be at Pancake Fest.
Of course.
Is that the big fundraiser you do there, Adrian? Are there others?
Well, it's not a big what shall I say about Pancake Fest? The Pancake Fest is a lot of work. It takes like about $25,000. So it's not a big fundraiser, but it's a big event for having people come, know about the center.
What about turning it into one thing I notice when I go there is, I mean, most of the people I speak to there don't live in the city. Yeah, when I talk to the people at the pancake breakfast, the seniors who are there, I'm like, oh, it's so great to see you, and what can handle some pancakes, how I go find a town we live in, and they're like Carnes, malls, it's like, I mean, nothing wrong with that, I'm glad to, you know, that the O'Connor Center is there for seniors, it's not like, but I mean, I thought that was interesting, and I'm hopeful that seniors inside the city are taking advantage of it as well.
Oh, yes, we can definitely do some, and Cheryl, we can definitely provide some.
West Kitchen,
Some information about that, and, because it is, but people outside the city, I mean, I would say people outside the city don't come to the conference.
They don't?
People outside the city do come.
Oh,
to the
yeah.
conference center, you know, because, it has, even though the county has an array of senior, we do take programming out to those centers in the county.
Do you all do the programming at Lake Hall Senior Center, Carter Senior Center?
Those are run by the county, but we do support those. We send staff out to do information and referral. We send staff out to deal with the programs that are more social service programs. Then this county does more of the recreation. So, because we do that at O'Connor also, people come for recreation, but they also get access to the senior network.
If you had a development officer, maybe that person could, think about, if you want to have a community building event versus do you also want to have or need to have a more explicit fundraising event?
Yeah, so we have a golf tournament and it raises about $25,000. See that golf tournament we raise more if we had more sponsors. It's not to get people to come and play golf. That's to me, that's not the way you make money on golf. You make money on golf tournament by sponsorships. And so a development officer would be a person who would have the time
to think about
the
that.
expertise and the contacts with people who make contributions like that, so that we could increase our sponsorships for things like the snowflake ball.
I think that's where there's opportunity. I think a lot of organizations, you're gonna always cap out at 25 or 30 for a golf tournament, but dinner, snowflake ball, what is the winter solstice they do? Spiritual Farm, Snow Day, those events, they can really merchandise you. But again, a development officer could help with that. Boy Scouts do a huge dinner and races off.
Because right now, all of that is done by the staff and the volunteers while they're doing their day job. You know? And
Yeah, you start adding up their time and then what you raise, and you actually might not be making a whole lot of money
you
too.
think about that, you
Yeah,
know.
that's true.
And so it really, if we're going to increase that type of funding, we really are going to have somebody who can focus on it full time and who brings to the table some things that the C and I don't have.
Well, Barbara, Misty, thank you so
Yeah,
much. I
thank
don't
you.
have any other questions. Do you all have any other questions? You guys do a lot of work and you're this social service provider for a lot of city residents, connecting them to resources that just keep them housed and fed and power on, and we're really grateful. And I know there's some transitions happening, so keep us posted on what the administrative committee comes up with as a plan, and we will give these requests all due consideration, and we'll see what we can do.
Well, we appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, thank you. Let me see that for a second. All right, so KGIS, good to see you, and glad to be on the policy board, KGIS policy board. And I'm gonna just flip over to, I don't know if I know I had, there it is, KGIS. All right.
Thank you for letting me be here today. This is the first time I've been before the budget hearings for the city in my 35 years with KGIS, so this is kind of good things happen to us.
It's like a nonstop party over here, so enjoy it.
But thank you for the chance.
Voice is in charge, so of course it is.
Yes, why not, just maybe additional funding work.
I just got it.
Anyway, KGIS is an organization that was founded back in 1985, and we're actually getting ready to celebrate our 40th year anniversary, so it's surprising that it's lasted that long. It's a really good partnership. I've been here for 35 of those years. And
When you started right, you must have started right out of
and
college.
I can tell you that, back then I didn't have to swoop my hair over to cut it off. And I definitely could hear better, so voice, you may have to speak up if I don't hear, if I don't respond to what you're saying.
You said no.
Voice, I'm not sure, did you actually distribute any of the materials that I sent you? So I'm not sure, does everybody have access to the packet?
What you have is in the book.
Okay.
Go to GIS.
We have
see what's in there.
this,
No, I talked about it, but,
Okay, so it's just this one sheet, is that correct?
yeah, but you
You
go
can
ahead.
elaborate verbally.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, I apologize.
No, it's fine.
Feel free to ask me any questions. But just in general background, KJS, the operational budget, the policy board, which consists of the two mayors and the head of KB, gave goals. They agreed back in 2014 to change the structure of how KJS was funded to make it a little bit more streamlined and easier. And they came up with a method to support the operational budget 3 ways equally. Equally divided between the city, county, and KB. The capital budget, they decided to fund through the external partnership revenue. So that's map sales, digital data licenses, and partnerships that we have with Knox County Schools, with 911, with the town of Farragut, and with the other respective utilities in Knox County. So those funds go into our capital equipment funds, and that's used for the capital expenses. And that does help us in a way. It keeps us from having to come to the city and the county for spikes. It helps alleviate those spikes in the budget. Unfortunately, I'm coming to you for requests this year, though, for an increased budget to the operational side of things. I don't like to have to do that, but there are some things that are the causes of the budget increase that are pretty important to us. First of all, it's salaries. I have budgeted for 3% salaries, and that's all contingent upon what Knox County decides to do, which changes. Last year, they actually had 4 adjustments to the salaries, and we have to adapt our budget to that. So it creates a little bit of havoc for us. We, as an organization, tie our salaries and compensations to Knox County. So regardless of what the city does or KB, we have locked into the county. We can occasionally adjust that differently, but that hasn't happened in about 10 years. So
That's a policy decision.
that's a policy
If you
decision.
wanted to not do that, you could say,
That's
this
right,
year we're
that's
not
right.
doing it.
The mayors and Gabe have the option to change that if we need to. So last year, the county approved one thing at my budget, and usually we approve the KJS budget in the May timeframe. We usually have a meeting in May. And that's usually after city council is pretty well locked in, but it's usually before Knox County. And so sometimes Knox County ends up approving things differently at their budget approval, so we have to adjust our budget at the June, July timeframe to accommodate that. Last year, the county actually awarded 3 bonuses throughout the year that we did not plan for. So it really did create a little bit of havoc for us. We had to adjust our buckets.
One-time bonuses?
Yeah, these are like one-time bonuses. And so it makes it a little bit difficult for us to budget because I don't want to have to come back to you and ask for a budget increase. So we try to accommodate that by removing.
How many total?
They had 3 adjustments last year.
Now, how many staff members do?
We only have 8 individuals. So we're a small agency and we're located 2 blocks down the street at 606 Main Street. One thing that's unique about KJS, I think it's unique, at least is here in Knoxville, is that we are connected directly to the city, the county, KB, the schools, 911, and Knox Planning's network. So we all actually share the same computerized network with a trust between us. So it's really complicated on how to manage that, make sure that the security is safe, but it's worked really well. That means city employee can log into the system and they have direct access to the KGIS system at the same time. So it works out really well. When it comes to the budget, the increases, like I said, salaries, and along with that, the fringe that goes with that, I've budgeted in, assuming a 2% increase in health insurance. Also, That's contingent upon what I hear from Knox County Finance. If those costs, I work with Jennifer Bodie in the finance department especially, and if those costs come down, we always adjust that before the May meeting. So this budget increase may go down. Hopefully it will go up. We'll do what I can to keep from changing higher than this for that May meeting. The other adjustments, I'm trying to re-add some things into the training and travel. It's a budget that has been a very low amount since COVID. We have done very little travel, very little training. And KJS is on the cusp of a significant technology move over the next 2 years. The current version of software that we're all using is set for end of life in March of 2026. So we've got to be moved. We've got to transition all of our departments to the new version over the next year and a half, 2 years. So that means we've got to learn about that new system and new capabilities, so that I'm trying to bump up the training a little bit to accommodate that. The other things that are in my operational increase are rent. I'm assuming it's based upon the CPI, and I've sort of budgeted for a 3.5% increase.
And you're still on the corner, privately owned building.
We are.
What do you pay a square foot now?
What's that?
Do you know what you're paying a square foot?
Yeah, the total rent we're paying per year it's budgeted to be $65,000 next year. It's currently $63,540.
How many square feet?
It's about 3,300, 3,200 square feet. I think that it equates to about $18 a square foot, but they don't. And then there's parking that includes on top of it. That includes parking. Not for everybody. We actually negotiated a lower rental agreement last year. We relinquished some of our space. We're starting to work remotely some and also in the office. So we felt like it was time to negotiate some of the costs down since we're not using the space for it. And we did that. So we ended up saving about $30,000, $40,000 over the next 5 years negotiating that down. Other than that, that's really it from an operational budget. Those are significant items, and I provided the voice breakdown of all the small codes, the individual categories, and it truly is. It's all health insurance, the retirement. One thing to know about KJS is we're actually a pretty seasoned staff, and which is, I think, unusual for IT. We're really an IT organization. But I've been blessed to have a staff that stayed on multiple years, and that's tremendously beneficial when it comes to being familiar with all of the different users. We have to respond to city, county, KV agencies that are constantly changing personnel. So it's hard to keep abreast of all those. The workflows change. We have new vendors that need to integrate with GIS, and it's an ever-ending moving target. Having a staff that's been there a long time is really helpful. When somebody calls, we usually know who it is. Now, unfortunately, I don't know like RJ and Cheryl, so
we should have
it's really hard to keep up with everybody.
Yeah.
But anyway, we will answer the phone, hopefully, when you do go. One thing that we have to be concerned about long term is we are an aging agency when it comes to personnel. I'm getting close to retirement age. I have several folks in my office also close to retirement. So we do need to start planning for what do you call it, a
transition plan. Are you thinking about succession plan?
Yeah. So just we'll start planning the retirement plan, whatever it is, just to make sure that things work operationally well whenever I decide to step down and retire. I hope that happens sometime in the next 3 or 4 years. We also have.
Are you fully staffed? You're fully staffed right now?
What's that?
Are you fully staffed?
We are fully staffed.
Okay.
And when it comes to the capital budget, of course, I don't know if that's important to hear for this group.
Just really operating.
No, we're really just.
Okay, so I'll defer from that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else from an operational standpoint that really stands out. And I'm not aware of it, other than software. 10% of our operating budget is software maintenance. We have GIS software, and then we have middleware and all the stuff that stacks on top of that. We have firewall security software, checkpoint, lots of these different things. That's a little bit beyond our control. That just keeps bumping up and up. And we don't have much leeway when it comes to negotiating those costs down. We keep looking at the budget every year to see if there's something we can scale back on. Are we paying for too many licenses or too much computational core licenses? The licensing is very complicated. But we can't KGIS is growing, we're not shrinking, so it's really hard for us to shrink back on those numbers of pieces of software. So that's our pressure points are in the software. It's about 2% increase. The overall increase to you as a city will be about $17,000, $17,114 versus last year. So that's what I'm asking for respectfully. And I'd love to, if you have any questions at all, don't hesitate.
Keith, thank you. You lay out the information in a really clear way. I know this from being on the policy board, so appreciate all your work to maintain such a smooth, efficient, and well-run organization. It underlies so much of what we do, whether it's zoning changes or what's the map of the TDR or whatever. It's really.
We rely on the planning team a lot.
We are a relatively understated agency. You'd be surprised at how many employees the city of Canagami that don't even know who we are. So we haven't done a great job of telling folks that we are a resource. But if you got time, I do want to point out something. This is an example of something. And the folks that work at KGIS would probably say, why are you showing this as an example of something that you've accomplished? But it's not something we did in KGIS, but it's something that Knox Planning did. Ms. Holly Ryland. She worked with the city, I think, on the Attainable Resilient Knoxville dashboard, the housing dashboard. And the neat thing about this project is, no, it's not KGIS personnel, but it's using the technology that we help host, and it's using the software that we all help organize and learn and train on. And what's unique about this project is it doesn't even look like GIS. It's a bunch of graphs, it's interactive clicking and pointing and scrolling and all that stuff. But it's actually using the GIS software that we pay for out of the KGIS budget. So all of these
like
graphs
ARC.
It's from ESRI, it's the name of the software company, but it's ArcMap,
Right.
Pro.
Right.
In this case here, planning used what they call the Story Maps application. And you may not realize it, but I do, my staff and myself, this is something that's a little bit beyond us. The ability to put all the information and to lay out an application in such a way that it makes sense to the end users is something that requires tremendous amount of skills. Planning did a great job, I think, on this. I don't understand half of what's shown up, but I do know the map is something we're very familiar with. So anyway, I just want to point this out. It's not, I consider it an accomplishment of KGIS to see that planning is using this tool to its most effective.
And Kevin.
Anyway, so that's just an example. I just want to point out GIS has changed a lot over the years, and it's really a blessing to see how it's being used by all of our departments throughout the city.
Absolutely. Any other questions for Keith?
Have Gabe or Chris given you an idea what their thoughts are on the request?
He has not, but I usually hear from them very early, and I usually don't hear directly from them. I hear from the executive committee member, and he said the budget looks fine from his perspective. I haven't yet heard from Knox County Finance about what their opinion is.
All right. Well, Keith, thank you so much. We
Okay,
appreciate
thank you.
it.
Okay, I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Okay.
I'll leave this for y'all.
Yeah, that's a dashboard is something that the planning team worked with my team on, so I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, that's great.
All right, I'll take care.
Yeah.
Thanks, Keith. All right, well, this concludes our budget hearing. Without objection, I'm out.